up, James, and whoever's lurking on here. So my reefer check and almost ready here. Put some air to my trailer. I've seen leaks there. The trailer leaks there. I just don't know where it's coming from. It's not audible, so. And I'll let it build up, and then I'm gonna do a run my brakes down, whatever, to make sure the slack adjusters adjust right. The trucks have automatic slack adjusters on them, but sometimes they don't actually adjust, and sometimes you have to get them to, what the hell, updated schedule begins soon, may take 5, delay the update by an hour, press delay. Why do you have to do it now? Do it some other time, when I'm not about to drive. Alright. Yeah, this thing's still trying to build up. Hey, what's up, Linda? I guess you're coming this direction because I know you were in Clovis earlier today. Yeah, I'm getting ready to leave here. I'm at the TA in Kingman. I'll be going through, for anybody who's not really familiar with the route here, I know, Linda, you are. I don't know about others. I'll be going through up past Hoover Dam and into Las Vegas, and taking US 95 up from Vegas. End up going through the towns there. Beatty, Tonopah. What's that town up there? It starts with an H. I tend to stop there actually for breaks and up further, getting up further north. It starts with an H. I just can't remember the name of the town. Also going through Fallon, Nevada. In my day in Fernley, I could actually end at the truck stop right down the street from the DC. However, I'm going to be there for 34 hours, and I want to make sure I'm in a spot where I can get a shower while I'm doing it. So yeah, I'm planning to stop in Fernley. Maybe, I don't know, maybe at the Pilot, possibly Flying J or whatever. So delivering Turlock on Thursday. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of people going to Turlock. I know someone else was just posting that they were in Turlock today. Alright. James and Jaime, or Jamie. Vegas, nice ride. Yeah. Alright. Be safe, done for the day. Alright, so I'm going to get rolling here in a second. Should have at least a few, I don't know, 4 or so hours of daylight to work with before it gets dark. I will need to take a 30-minute break somewhere, or plan on it. Or the way with what time I'm starting my shift, I'm going to have to take one anyway because I only have right at 7 hours on my clock before my recaps come in, and yeah, for sure I'll have to do a 30-minute break to allow the recaps to roll in. Okay, can I put your phone, stop playing with your phone and get out of my way so I can leave my spot? Good question, Jamie. There are some spots I think where it is weak, but I think for the most part, it shouldn't be too bad. Oh, Hawthorne, Nevada is the one I was thinking of earlier. The one with the H. And I had some breakfast over here at Black Bear Diner this morning, and I could barely eat any of it. I get what I usually get there as a Bear's Choice, which is a couple of pancakes, or who's that, $38.77. Didn't even know they were here. I don't know if I know who they are. Let's take a look at our handy dandy list. Alright, I've seen that truck before, I don't know who it is. Okay, yeah, it will be a lot of rural, so I wouldn't be surprised if the connection's spotty in areas. And a pretty good amount of it's at least decent terrain. Now we're going to have some hills right here on Highway 93 on the way up to Hoover Dam. And then there will be some hills further up, but it's a lot more flat and open than and most of it. Come on, Covenant, get up here. You're not coming in through the entrance driveway, dipshit. You might as well pull forward. And I'm not going anywhere regardless. I don't know if he was trying to leave space for me to go out, but I can't go anywhere because there's too much traffic coming from both sides. It's the only thing I hate about coming to TA. If I know I'm going to go north on 93 from here, I normally try to avoid staying here just for this exact reason. Because it's a pain in the ass trying to get out onto the road from here. Right side looks like it'll clear up, but I still gotta wait for Covenant and the two four-wheelers behind them to get to turn first. There's a lot of traffic coming southbound, so he can't make his turn either. Yeah, it's just like an endless sea. I think he's just gonna have to force his way. He had a chance there, but now this stupid vehicle with the trailer, it just came out of the Chinese restaurant next door, came out and made him balk, and then the guy held up to try to wait for him, but there was the other guy coming. Now there's an opening coming up here for Covenant to turn finally. Come on, dude. Hold up the line so other people can't make the turn with you. Oh, lovely. Get another truck trying to come in now. This is bullshit. Opening now on the left, and there's not one on the right. Plus, I can't see around Swift. Can't see to my right now because there's a truck next to me trying to go that way. Yet again. ever stop here again when I'm going north on 93. I knew this was going to happen too. I've dealt with this before. Burning up my clock sitting here watching traffic go by for 5 minutes. There you go. Be an asshole. That way I can get out of here sometime. Great. Yet another one. Why don't they just put a fucking traffic light here? This is stupid. Worst damn time in the world to be trying to do this too, right when everybody's commuting. 2 more trucks tried to turn. This guy wouldn't take so fucking long to make his damn turn into the lot. I probably could have snuck by, but since he wants to do a putt across and even make people going the other way stop, guess I'll sit here longer. Now I can't tell if it's clear again because there's another truck coming out on the road right next to me. I get an opening on the right. Question is, can I get one on the left? Yeah, I'm gonna. Screw you. You can go to hell. I don't give a shit if you don't like what I'm doing. Been sitting there for 5 minutes. Way too damn long. There's no excuse for that. Not like I can easily just turn right and then turn left into another lot and do a turn around in some just any random lot like cars can do. Welcome to trucking. One of the things that sucks about it. If I'd been in my car, I would have just turned right and then gone into the gas station across the street and then come back out and made another right turn to go this way, but I wasn't sure I could get into that lot and get myself turned around, so that's why I didn't go that way. What's up, Charlie? From the Arizona-Nevada border, which is where Hoover Dam is. Won't be able to see Hoover Dam, but man, I'll be able to see basically where it's at. Just be able to see part of it, but won't be able to see it from the camera. able to get all the way to the pilot up here last night. It's not not much there for parking. Yeah, but I considered doing that just because I knew I was going to have trouble getting out of that lot today. Southbound way station is open, as it usually is. Northbound, there's one up here too, but it's usually I've never seen it open before. Las Vegas, 97. So there will be some hills, there's some steep hills, whatever, on both sides of the state line. It won't be too bad with my load though. like maybe an SUV, so. Hiding spot if he was facing the other way and focusing on northbound traffic. You can't see him until you're already so close. But it's usually always closed. So I don't think I've ever seen them use it. This damn U.S. and Iran stuff, can they? Let's see what this article's about real quick.
Trump backs off threat to bomb Iran's cultural sites. Washington, AFP, U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday backed away from his earlier insistence that he has the right to order the bombing of Iran's cultural treasures during a war. Facing strong criticism that such attacks would be a war crime, Trump said he was okay with following international law. However, he repeated an earlier complaint that he found the restriction unfair.
What? Well, we have been able to attack stuff like that if they're being used as hideouts, or if hostile fires coming from them, which actually has been the case, like when we first went to war with Iraq. So I remember that policy to avoid doing any damage to mosques or other places like that as much as humanly possible, but of course, the terrorists, knowing that, or a lot of people, I think the enemies, or terrorists, whatever you want to call them, knowing that, would use the mosques to stage their offensives, their ambushes and stuff from, and kind of force the U.S. to act that way. Definitely be wise to stay away from attacking those kind of places unless they have some military value to them. By that I mean in terms of defending U.S. troops that are over there. Hermit Drive now. A dirt road.
Since bald eagles are fish eagles, they prey on animals. How did an octopus catch a bald eagle in a death grip? Nathaniel Rice, aspiring fantasy author, amateur paleo artist, bird lover. Answered December 12, 2019. I assume you mean this incident. Some fishermen were doing routine on their boat when they heard splashing and screeching and came across this duo entangled in combat. Now, the eagle most likely initiated the combat. Since bald eagles are fish eagles, they prey on animals that swim on or under the water, and are pretty dang good at it too. So probably, the eagle saw the octopus and decided to make a grab at it. These above pictures show that bald eagles will occasionally snack on small octopuses. However, once the eagle latched on, it probably figured out just there and then that the octopus was too large to haul out of the water. Octopus usually defend themselves via grappling with their predators if inking. Swimming away isn't an option, trying to land a bite with their beak to discourage it. The above is a hippopotamus chomping down on a crocodile, presumably in self-defense. The bottom is a unique fossil from Wyoming, if I'm not mistaken, an Allosaurus, a predator pelvis featuring a huge wound delivered by none other than the spine thagomizer of a Stegosaurus, an herbivore. So, prey can, and have routinely flipped the tables on their attackers and, on some occasions, kill them. There's also another thing worth noting: octopuses are apex predators, just like the bald eagle. In the above GIF, a giant Pacific octopus snags a dogfish. In the lower pic, a squid, different animal, I know, was filmed entangling and killing an oilfish. The two things in common with these photos GIFs is that octopus can, and have taken on prey that are their size. Octopus are immensely strong and immensely smart too. When the eagle missed its mark and figured out that the octopus was too big, the octopus probably figured, hey, he's stuck in the water and I'm around the same size, why don't I eat him instead? Here's an obviously smaller octopus preying on a similarly sized gull, which probably tried to attack it as well. So, yeah, we've established that octopus can and will prey on large animals given the chance. So, to sum it up, the eagle swooped in for an attempted attack. It too late figured out the octopus was much too large for it to tackle. Since eagles aren't the best at taking off from the water, it became trapped. The octopus took advantage of the trapped prey and attacked. OR. The eagle swooped in for an attempted attack. The octopus defended itself via entangling the thrashing eagle with its tentacles and trying to get in a bite. Then of course, the fisherman happened by and freed the eagle. Lots of people on social media disagreed with the scientists' decision to free the eagle, stating that it was not in their control to interfere with nature. But they didn't harm the octopus, merely poked, yanked it with a pole, and it retreated down into the ocean, while the eagle flapped to safety. Since they didn't appear to hurt the octopus, I'm totally fine with that.
Oh, what's your alert, Jamie?
34.7k views. View 3k upvoters. View sharers.
Kind of reminds me a little bit of a guy I used to work with on airplanes. We were in Guam, and we'd always go snorkeling over at the naval base over there. It's called Gap Beach. Or we'd go elsewhere along the island, but he and other guys who I was there with were they all run a spear fishing, and while we'd be there at Gap Beach, they'd a couple of them would usually have spear guns with them to try to catch fish with. Well, this one particular guy told me about how he had gone spear fishing one time, I guess back in, I don't remember where he was at. I can't remember if he was in the U.S. or Hawaii, or, well, Hawaii's also U.S., but mainland U.S., I mean. But wherever he was at, I guess he remembered coming across an octopus, and he tried to spearfish it. I guess he went at it, but then the octopus defended itself by doing exactly what that guy was just talking about. Basically grabbed a hold of my coworker and I guess dragged him down a bit of a distance down underwater. I think I can't remember if he was scuba diving at the time, or because he was scuba certified too. But yeah, I remember he had to wrestle with the thing and try to get himself back up to the surface. I want to say he was snorkeling though. But he would dive down to like 40 feet deep, even with the snorkel, even right there with us. So he was used to it. We called him the Bruno fish. He ended up, of course, obviously getting free of that octopus. But he definitely learned a lesson. Don't mess with octopus. 50 miles out from Hoover Dam now. And 80 from Las Vegas. Or if he was a bad tire or something. It looks like a tire repair truck right there. Tire company. I ended up spending a good 20 hours there at the TA because needing to wait for my recaps. Or at least an hour and a half or so of recaps that I think I'm going to need.
Article 3 of 100. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Why do so many rich people prefer to stay undercover? Anonymous. Answered November 26, 2019. Why do so many rich people prefer to stay undercover? Several reasons. Personal relationships become weird. Rich people, or as I like to call them, people, like to hang out with their friends, visit their relatives, and chat with their work colleagues. If your friend is having financial problems, or your sister is trying to raise money to buy a new house, or your coworkers are grousing about the benefit package, you want to be there for support, encouragement, and general camaraderie. But if suddenly there's a multi-millionaire in the room, things will obviously be weird. Why can't you help me out? Could you loan me some money? What do you know about it, rich guy? Even if people keep it polite, you're now an outsider. And even if people don't imagine that you owe them help, you'll wonder if they are thinking it. And they'll be wondering if you are feeling pity for them, even if you aren't. You become a target. Most rich people live on streets with public access, and drive on public roads. That means anyone can walk up to your front door, or see you driving on the highway. I keep my sidewalk repaired because I would be, and should be, liable if anyone were injured on it. But if anyone knew I was rich, there would certainly be people coming by looking for ways to become injured. Likewise, staying safe on the roads is difficult enough without people trying to get in an accident. To say nothing of robbery and burglary. I don't have much in my house worth stealing, but I'd rather not have hopeful criminals breaking my door just to find that out. People hate you. In the present political climate, rich people are blamed for all kinds of things which they may or may not have any actual control over. Your wages are too low because rich people are stingy bastards. Your rent is too high because of the unrestrained greed of rich people. The bank won't give you a loan because the rich man is trying to keep you down. At the same time, derision and scorn is heaped upon any rich person who dares suggest that they should have rights over their stuff. The rich should pay their fair share, whatever that is. The assumption is that the wealth of rich people is essentially stolen. They are criminals, and smug, heartless criminals, at that. It's not hard to find historical examples of political movements that looted everything from the rich, even violently, as though they were not human beings with a right to own things. You can see the seeds of this kind of thinking developing, not just in fringe websites but in public statements from mainstream politicians. It's nobody's business. I keep my wealth undercover for the same reason I wear clothes. I'm not ashamed of anything, I just get to be the one who decides who sees what. When someone's wealth becomes public, it becomes material for gossip, and people who live quiet ordinary lives have no reason to bring that into their lives. By now, you know that I am quite rich, and you probably think you know some other things about me. This is exactly the problem. Rich is a class laden with stereotypes, many of them negative. Private photo of my living room. In short, rich people may live undercover as a way of remaining human, as opposed to being viewed as a cartoon character. 4.8k views. View 47 upvoters. View 4.
Got a point. A lot of, rich people usually, they make enough per year that almost half of their income gets taxed. Most of us are down like maybe the 28% or even lower bracket. That graduated tax bracket system that we have, the less money you make, the lower percent of your income gets taxed. So let's just say if you're like, I think an 11% tax bracket, whatever, I don't even remember, I don't know, I don't look at tax tables, but I want to say there's like an 11 or so percent, so if you make like $20,000 a year, then your tax obligation for the year is only about $2,200. Versus you get someone making $1 million a year, they're going to get their tax obligation is going to be up in the, I think about 480,000 range or so. 460, 480, whatever it was. Yeah, they don't pay their fair share, huh? Now, something else I hear with my knowledge of stocks too is I always hear people, average everyday people saying the stock market's rigged. No, it's not rigged. You just don't know what the hell you're doing. That's all it is. If you know what you're doing, you can do just fine with it. Even if there are a few scoundrels out there like the Lehman Brothers or Enron situations and stuff like that, yeah, there are ways to protect yourself from those kind of losses, and still have a good growth in your wealth from that. Big reason why a lot of the, like the rich and famous, who are either in the music industry or, entertainment of any kind, movies and TV, they tend to only stick to their kind because they can relate to they don't have to worry about the person being a mooch and only being with them for their money. Article
4 of 100. Ask bitch face. Quora. Quora. Open it up, sign in. Ask a bitch face. Q. Ask a bitch face. If you need a non-fluff, practical answer delivered with humor. Main. Questions. People. Who was the rudest celebrity you've met? Carrie Ann Dame, former interior designer, 1989-2015. Answered December 13, 2019. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I was in an LA nightclub in the 80s and he was there with a small group. He started walking in my direction, towards the door. He looked directly at me, then walked into me, nearly knocking me over. I guess he must be one of those men who thinks women are going to magically get out of his way. I'm 5 feet 11 inches, so he damn sure saw me. I'm not that old, but I remember when a gentleman would step aside for a lady. Recently I've learned that now they just mow us over, apparently. I'm all for equality, but this is bullshit. Rude is rude. 162 views, view 10 upvoters. Open an app. Article 5 of 100. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. If you tell a police officer you're a sovereign citizen during a traffic stop, what is most likely to happen? Ed Carp, ex-cop from Texas. Answered December 13, 2019. Author has 182 answers and 161.7k answer views. He or she is going to try not to laugh as they continue to scratch out a citation, or several. As the Supreme Court has ruled, the right to travel doesn't specify a specific mode of transportation. A license to drive is considered to not be a right but a privilege, and if you don't follow the conditions under which your license is issued, you no longer have that privilege, such as producing that license upon request by a peace officer. 42 views. About the author. Ed Carp. Author, creator of the Escapade web development language and compiler, Linux hacker since 1992. Worked at I Work For Me smiley face. Lives in Pahrump, Nevada. 161.7k content views, 1.4k this month. View 24 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. Open an app. Article 6 of 100. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What shady marketing tactic backfired? Atanas Jingarov, content marketer at Self-Employment. Answered November 29, 2019. Upvoted by Kedar Nath, PGDM Marketing and Operations Management, Indian Institute of Management, Shillong, 2018, and Mithu Deb, MBA Marketing and Finance, ICFAI Business School, Hyderabad. Author has 71 answers and 189.6k answer views. A2A. Thanks, at Sean Kernan. What kind of an idiot would make his social security number public? Apparently, LifeLock's CEO Todd Davis. If you don't know what LifeLock is, it's a system that monitors for identity theft and threats, according to their own website. With all the paranoia surrounding identity theft in recent years, this sounds like a great service. Todd Davis sure as hell thought so. In 2006, in a move even Ralph Wiggum would find stupid, this mad genius of marketing broadcasted his SSN for the world to see. So sure in the ironclad protection of the service, he figured there was absolutely no risk. However, the rest of the world didn't share his vision. As a result of the stunt, his identity was stolen 13 times because presumably, identity thieves have a sense of humor. Davis tried to spin this as a good thing. Since a lot more attempts were made at his stealing his identity, he reasoned, LifeLock stopped some of them. It didn't go through. This shady stunt got the company in hot water and a $12 million fine had to be paid. False advertising is no joke. 43.3k views. View 2.8k upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Sean Kernan. About the author. Atanas Jingarov. Writer, blogger, photographer, gym rat and nerd. Content marketer at Self-Employment. B.S. Psychology, Veliko Tarnovo University, graduated 2015. 189.6k content views, 74.6k this month. Knows English. View 16 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am.
I think the pilot truck stop is coming up here, just a few miles up. There's a new one here.
Florida man bypasses airport security by pretending to be Marine ahead of Donald Trump's departure, police say Newsweek 8 hours ago. A convicted sex offender was arrested after he bypassed airport security in Florida by pretending to be a Marine just before President Donald Trump was due to depart, authorities said. The Palm Beach Post reported that Brandon Mark Magnan, 37, turned up at Palm Beach International Airport on Sunday afternoon and lied about being an active member of the U.S. Marine Corps to get past presidential security checkpoints. According to a criminal complaint, Magnan was in a Honda Pilot when he bypassed two security checkpoints that are usually manned by U.S. Secret Service members and deputies from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office at around 3 p.m., around an hour before Trump was due to fly. The newspaper reported that both times, Magnan allegedly said he was a member of the Marine Corps helicopter squadron and flashed fake Marine Corps SEALs and managed to get onto the grounds of Atlantic Aviation, where Marine One and Air Force One Air kept when the president stays at Mar-a-Lago, his private resort and golf club. But a sheriff's deputy alerted a member of the helicopter squadron after noticing Magnan wasn't wearing his Marine Corps uniform, something that is standard during presidential travel, the Post reported. The helicopter squadron member revealed Magnan's credentials were fake based on several factors, according to the complaint. Magnan allegedly claimed to be a retired member of the squadron, but it then emerged that he had actually been dishonorably discharged after being convicted at a court-martial for serious offenses, the complaint said. Magnan, of Naples, Florida, was convicted of charges including abusive sexual conduct and sodomy in 2010, according to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. He has been a registered sex offender in Florida since then. According to the Post, 3 Lance corporals testified at Magnan's military trial that they had woken up in Magnan's house or a hotel room after the Marine Corps ball to discover their pants had been taken off or Magnan was sexually assaulting them. The Post reported that Magnan was arrested on Sunday and charged with false impersonation of an officer or employee of the United States. He faces a maximum of 3 years in prison and a $250,000 fine if convicted, according to the newspaper. The incident comes 2 months after a Chinese woman was jailed after trespassing at Mar-a-Lago. Businesswoman Yujing Zhang, 33, was sentenced to 8 months in prison in November after being caught trespassing at the resort in March last year. Police arrested another Chinese woman, 56-year-old Lu Jing, last month after she was reported to be trespassing and taking pictures at Mar-a-Lago, the Miami Herald reported. The White House declined to comment on the incident, referring the matter to the U.S. Secret Service. The U.S. Secret Service and the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office have been contacted for comment.
Yes, I'm in Arizona right now for another 30 miles. Be passing right by Hoover Dam in 30 miles from now. Basically about 40 miles north of Kingman. Speed limit 65, except for right here where there's construction going on, it's 45. I got the pilot truck stop coming up here on the left. That's a new one that just got built within the last few months. Another place being built over here. I don't see any sign saying what it is that's going up though. Took a look at what kind of parking this Pilot has. I didn't think it even had real parking, but I do see several trucks parked over there. Which makes me think I could have went ahead and stopped here last night.
Never a fucking cop around. Never.
But they do have parking over there. Okay, what speed limit sign am I supposed to follow then? The 55 sign or the 45 sign? That's pretty stupid. Machine gun and Barrett 50 caliber. Barrett 50, whatever. Funny how I'm doing about the speed limit. These cars are flying up on me like it's still a 65 zone. If I remember right, there's a helicopter on display over here by the 76.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What city has the most entertaining problem? Colin Joe, studied at Cupertino High School 2019. Answered December 8, 2019. Author has 279 answers and 13.2 meters answer views. San Francisco is suffering from one of the most absurd laws ever passed, California's Proposition 47. The law that was passed in 2014 states that certain felonies committed would be downgraded to misdemeanors in order for law enforcement to have the resources to go catch more violent offenders. In simple words, certain crimes would go unpunished because more important and dangerous ones would be prioritized. Proposition 47 allows robbery of up to $950 worth of goods from stores without going behind bars. Theft of property being downgraded basically means homeless on the streets are allowed to take what they want and store owners would not be able to rely on police to track them down. This has helped SF become the nationwide leader in property theft, vandalism, and similar acts. Drug addicts are stealing merchandise, selling it for some money, then buying more drugs to use. It is kind of wildly entertaining to know that I could take a good amount of clothes, food, and even electronics without crossing that monetary threshold. 3.4K views.
That's
You
ridiculous.
5.8K upvoters. You sharers. About the author. Colin Joe. Aspiring college dude. Studied at Cupertino High School, graduated 2019. Lives in Issaquah, WA2019 present. 13.3 meters content views 1.8 meters this month. Knows Russian. In other languages. In Spanish. Que ciudad el problema más entretenido? In Italian. ¿Cuál será el problema più divertente? In Indonesian. Kota Manaka yang memiliki permasalahan paling menarik? In Portuguese. ¿Cuál será o problema mais divertido? View 13 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agree to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Login, sign up with email. Article 2 of 94. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Are serial killers revered in prison or held in contempt? Ron Larson, lives in Encinitas, CA 2018 present. Answered December 13, 2019. Author has 2.7K answers and 2.5 meters answer views. I can't imagine any serial killer lasting long in a prison if left exposed to the general population. Why would they tolerate someone who hunted, tortured, and murdered innocent people for pleasure? They are just sickos that won't be tolerated. They will either get turned out or killed. There is a moral code within inmate populations, and these guys would have violated many of them. The only people that might revere them are people just as sick. And those people too would be held in contempt. So the serial killer would be a giant among midgets. None of whom normal inmate give two shits about. Richard Speck man. He certainly wasn't revered or respected. 686 views. View 7 upvoters. About the author. Ron Larson. Trying to pay attention. Lives in Encinitas, CA.
I have to read up on that guy. I don't know. Wants to do an update again. Our way station is closed again. Okay. So let's listen to what this whole Richard Speck story is. I'm not familiar.
Richard Speck, Wikipedia. Richard Speck. Mugshot of Speck, 1961. Born Richard Benjamin Speck 1. December 6, 1941. Kirkwood, Illinois, U.S.
Yeah, that was the day
Died
before Pearl Harbor got
December
attacked.
5, 1991, aged 49. Crest Hill, Illinois, U.S. Other names: Richard Franklin Lindbergh. Criminal status: died in custody. Spouses: Shirley Annette Malone Speck, M. 1962-1966. Children: 1. Criminal charge: murder on 8 counts. Penalty: death, commuted 400 to 1,200 years. Date apprehended: the 15th of July 1966. Richard Benjamin Speck 1-2, December 6, 1941 to December 5, 1991, was an American mass murderer who systematically tortured, raped, and murdered 8 student nurses from South Chicago Community Hospital on the night of July 13 into the early morning hours of July 14, 1966. He was convicted at trial and sentenced to death, but the sentence was later overturned due to issues with jury selection at his trial. Speck died of a heart attack after 25 years in prison. In 1996, videotapes featuring Speck were shown before the Illinois state legislature to highlight some of the illegal activity that took place in prisons. Contents: 1. Early life and crimes. 1.1 Childhood. 1.2 Dallas, 1951-1966. 1.3 Monmouth, March-April 1966. 1.4 Chicago, April-June 1966. 1.5 Chicago, July 1966. 2 Murder of 8 student nurses. 3 Pre-trial. 4 Confessions. 5 Trial. 6 Speck and XYY syndrome. 7 Death penalty reversal. 8 Life in prison. 8.1 Prison video. 9 deaths. 11 References. 11.1 Citations. 11.2 Works cited. 12 Further reading. 13 External links. Early life and crimes edit. This section relies largely or entirely upon a single source. Relevant discussion may be found on the top page. Please help improve this article by introducing citations to additional sources. Find sources: Richard Speck, News, Newspapers, Books, Scholar, JSTOR, June 2018. Learn how and when to remove this template message. Childhood edit. Richard Benjamin Speck 1-2 was born in Kirkwood, Illinois, the 7th of 8 children of Benjamin Franklin Speck and Mary Margaret Carbaugh Speck. The family moved to Monmouth, Illinois, shortly after Speck's birth. Speck and his younger sister Carolyn B. 1943 were much younger than their 4 older sisters and 2 older brothers. Speck's eldest brother, Robert, died at the age of 23 in an automobile accident in 1952. Speck's father worked as a packer at Western Stoneware in Monmouth and had previously worked as a farmer and logger. Speck was very close to his father, who died in 1947 from a heart attack at the age of 53. Speck was 6 years old at the time. 3. A few years later, Speck's religious, teetotaler mother fell in love with a traveling insurance salesman from Texas, Carl August Rudolph Lindbergh, whom she met on a train trip to Chicago. Hard-drinking Lindbergh, 25-year on May 10, 1950, in Palo Pinto, Texas. Speck and his younger sister Carolyn stayed with their married sister Sarah Thornton in Monmouth for a few months so Speck could finish 2nd grade, before joining their mother in Lindbergh in rural Santo, Texas, 40 miles, 64 kilometers west of Fort Worth, Texas, where Speck attended 3rd grade. Stepfather, and sister Carolyn to the East Dallas section of Dallas, Texas, living at 10 addresses in poor neighborhoods over the next dozen years. Speck loathed his often drunk and frequently absent stepfather, who psychologically abused him with insults and threats. 3. Speck, a poor student who needed glasses for reading but refused to wear them, struggled through Dallas public schools from 4th through 8th grade, repeating the 8th grade at J.L. 1957, Speck started 9th grade at Crozier Technical High School, but failed every subject and did not return for the 2nd semester in January 1958, dropping out just after his 16th birthday. Speck started drinking alcohol at age 12 and by age 15 he was getting drunk almost every day. His first arrest, in 1953, 3 weeks of dating him. Shirley married Speck on January 19, 1962, and initially moved in with him, his mother, Sister Carolyn Berg, when he got married and began using the name Richard Benjamin Speck. When Speck's daughter, Robbie Lynn, was born on July 5, 1962, his wife did not know that Speck was serving a 22-day for his melee. 3. In July 1963, Speck was caught after he forged and cashed a co-worker's $44 paycheck. He also robbed a grocery store with cigarettes, beer and $3 in cash. The 21-year-old Speck was convicted of forgery and burglary and sentenced to 3 years in prison. He was a woman in the parking lot of her apartment building. He fled when the woman screamed. The police arrived within minutes and apprehended Speck a few blocks away. Speck was convicted of aggravated assault, given a 16-month sentence to run concurrently with a parole violation sentence, and returned to prison in Huntsville, but due to an error he was released just 6 months later on completion of his parole violation sentence on July 2, 1965. 3. After his release from prison, Speck worked for 3 months as a driver for the Patterson Meat Company and had 6 accidents with his truck before he was fired for failing to show up for work. In December 1965, on the recommendation of his mother, Speck, who was by then separated from his wife, moved in with a 29-year-old divorced woman, an ex-professional divorce. That same month, Speck stabbed a man in a knife fight at Guinea's Lounge. He was charged with aggravated assault, but a defense attorney hired by his mother was able to get the charge reduced to disturbing the peace. Speck was fined $10 and jailed for 3 days after he failed to pay the fine. This was the last time Speck was in police custody in Dallas. 3. On March 5, 1966, Speck bought a 12-year-old car. The following evening, he robbed a grocery store, stole 70 cartons of cigarettes, sold them out of the trunk of his car in the grocery store's parking lot, and then abandoned the car. The police trailers would mean another prison term, so on March 9, 1966, Speck 1966 edit. Speck stayed with his sister Martha Thornton and her family in Chicago for a few days, and then returned to his boyhood hometown of Monmouth, Illinois, where he initially stayed with some old family friends. Speck's brother Howard was a carpenter in Monmouth and found a job for him sanding plasterboard for another Monmouth carpenter. Speck became angry when he learned his ex-wife had remarried 2 days after she was granted a divorce on March 16, 1966. He moved to the Christie Hotel in downtown Monmouth on March 25 and spent most of his time in the downtown there, returned home at 1 a.m. to find a burglar in her house brandishing a knife. He was a 6-foot-tall white man who was very polite, and spoke very softly with a southern drawl. The man blindfolded her, tied her up, raped her, ransacked her house, and stole the $2.50 she had earned babysitting that evening. 3. A week later, Mary Kay Pierce, a 32-year-old barmaid who worked at her brother-in-law's tavern, Frank's Place, in downtown Monmouth, was last seen leaving the tavern at 12:45 a.m. on April 9. She was reported missing on April 13, and her body was found that day in an empty hog pen behind the tavern. She had died from a blow to her abdomen that ruptured her liver. 3. Speck had frequented Frank's Place, and the empty hog pen was one of several he had helped build in the preceding month, so Monmouth police briefly questioned him about Pierce's death when he showed up to collect his final carpentry paycheck on April 15 and asked him to stay in town for further questioning. When police showed up at the Christie Hotel on April 19 to continue questioning Speck, they discovered he had left the hotel a few hours earlier, carrying his suitcases and saying he was just going to the laundromat. He had instead left town. A search of his room turned up a radio and costume jewelry Mrs. Virgil Harris had reported missing from her house, as well as items reported missing in 2 other local burglaries in the past month. 3. Chicago, April-June 1966 edit. On April 19, 1966, Speck returned to stay at his sister Martha's second-floor apartment at 3966 N. Avondale Avenue, in the old Irving Park neighborhood on the northwest side of Chicago, where she lived with her husband, Gene Thornton, and their 2 teenage daughters. Martha had worked as a registered nurse in pediatrics before she was married, and her husband Gene worked nights as a railroad switchman. Speck told them an unbelievable story about having to leave Monmouth after refusing to sell narcotics for a crime syndicate there. Gene Thornton, who had served in the U.S. Navy, thought that the U.S. Merchant Marine might provide a suitable occupation for his unemployed brother-in-law, so on April 25 he took Speck to the U.S. Coast Guard office to apply for a letter of authority to work as an apprentice seaman. The application required being fingerprinted and photographed, and having a physical examination by a doctor. 3. Spec found work immediately after obtaining the letter of authority, joining the 33-member crew of Inland Steel's Clarence B. Randall, an L6SB-1 class Bull Lake freighter, on April 30th. Spec's first voyage on the Clarence B. Randall was brief, since he was stricken with appendicitis on May 3rd, and was evacuated by U.S. Coast Guard helicopter to St. Joseph's Hospital in Hancock, Michigan, on the Keweenaw Peninsula of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, where he had an emergency appendectomy. 3. After he was discharged from the hospital, Spec returned to stay with his sister Martha Spec on June 20 for the next 2 weeks. 3. On June 30th, Spec's brother-in-law Gene drove him to the National Maritime Union (NMU) hiring hall at 2335 E 100th Street in the Jeffrey Manor neighborhood of South Deering, Chicago, to file his paperwork for a seaman's card. The NMU hiring hall was 1 block east of 5 attached 2-story brick townhouses, 3 of which were occupied by South Chicago Community Hospital senior student nurses and Filipino exchange registered nurses.
Okay, there are signs right here. High-profile vehicles use the left lane 1 mile ahead. Now, the signs are yellow, which means they are not mandatory, but it's highly recommended that trucks use the left lane. Reason why is because they get sudden bursts of wind going across the Pat Tillman Bridge and this other one right here. So there's 2 bridges here. This first one over here, it's still on the Arizona side. Then you got the Pat Tillman Bridge, which is the one that crosses over the river right by right where the state line is. Windy right now, and it's only a recommendation to be in the right lane, so I'm going to stay where I'm at. We'll have to slow down now. Crosswinds possible next 1 mile. Now, I think it's old 93 that I'm crossing over right now. When they built the Pat Tillman Bridge, basically, before they built the Pat Tillman Bridge, we used to all have to go that way and actually go right across the Hoover Dam to get into Nevada. But they built this bridge, and now everything bypasses the dam. Some really nice views over here, but not much really where I got a place where I can stop and show you anything. So I can see Hoover Dam right over here to my right now. And that water level looks kind of low too. It's quite a bit below the top of the spillway. They have a parking area right over here. Definitely a cool place to check out sometime now. I would consider taking my wife and kids up here sometime just to walk around and get some good shots of the nice views here. We're now in Nevada. Yeah, I forgot I-11 mile marker 0 starts right there at the line. Technically we're still 93, but it turns into Interstate 11, which is a brand new interstate. the part I'm getting onto right here past exit 2 used to not exist. Everybody used to use that other road there, and then I ended up going right in front of this casino here that you see. That should go right through Boulder City. Okay, that's some steep uphill here now. Not the best time of day to be streaming through here since the sun's in their face and affects what you can see. It actually affects me too to an extent. Not as bad as you guys. Getting down below 45 is when I put my four-ways on. See a bit of a rainbow up there. Just about in the 12 o'clock position. Over in the area of 5:15 hours at that time. But I don't think Vegas is ever really that difficult to get to. Even when there's heavy traffic, it's marker for I-11.
The NMU hiring hall was one block east of 5 attached two-story brick townhouses, 3 of which were occupied by South Chicago Community Hospital senior student nurses and Filipino exchange registered nurses. 8 of these nurses lived in the easternmost townhouse at 2319 E 100th Street, just 150 feet 46 meters from the NMU hiring hall. 3. Chicago, July 1966 edit. On Friday, July 8, 1966, Speck's brother-in-law Gene drove him to the NMU hiring hall to pick up his seaman's card and register for a berth on a ship. Speck lost out that day to a seaman with more seniority for a berth on the SS Flying Spray, a C-1A cargo ship bound for South Vietnam, and returned to his sister Martha's apartment for the weekend. 3. By Monday, July 11th, Speck had outstayed his welcome with his sister Martha and her family. After packing his bags and again being driven by his brother-in-law to the NMU hiring hall to await a berth on a ship, Speck stayed the night at Pauline's rooming house, about 1 mile, 1,600 meters, away at 3028 E 96th Street, in the Betts Park neighborhood of South Deering, Chicago. 3. On Tuesday, July 12th, Speck returned to the NMU hiring hall. In mid-afternoon, he received an assignment on Sinclair Oil's tanker SS Sinclair Great Lakes, which was a 30-minute drive away in East Chicago, Indiana. When he arrived there, he found that his spot had already been taken, and he was driven back to the NMU hiring hall, which was then closed. Speck did not have enough money for a rooming house, so he dropped his bags off 6 blocks east at the Manor Shell filling station at 9954 S. Torrance Avenue, and slept in an unfinished house just off E 103rd Street. 3-5. On Wednesday, July 13th, Speck picked up his bags and checked in at the NMU hiring hall. He was angry for being sent to a non-existent assignment, and he talked for 30 minutes in the car with his sister Martha and her husband Gene, who had driven down to visit him at 9 a.m. They parked on E 100th Street next to Luella Elementary School, across the street from the townhouses where the nurses lived. At 10:30 a.m., he was tired of waiting at the NMU hiring hall for a job. Speck had $25 that his sister had given him, and he left and walked about 1.5 miles 2.4 kilometers east on E 100th Street to check in at the shipyard and at E 101st Street. N.S. Avenue N, the inn was an East Side, Chicago rooming house. 3. Speck spent the rest of the day drinking in nearby taverns before he accosted Ella Mae Hooper at knife point. She was a 53-year-old woman who had spent the day drinking at the same taverns that Speck had patronized. Speck took her to his room at the shipyard and raped her, and stole her black $16 mail-order .22 caliber Rome pistol. 6. After dinner at the nearby Case Pilot House, Speck returned to drink at the Shipyard Inn's Tavern until 10:20 p.m., when he left dressed entirely in black, armed with a switchblade, 7, and Ella Mae Hooper's handgun, and walked about 1.5 miles 2.4 kilometers west on E 100th Street to the nurse's townhouse at 2319 E 100th Street. 3. Murder of 8 student nurses did. At 11 p.m. on July 13, 1966, Speck broke into the 2319 E 100th Street townhouse in Chicago's Jeffrey Manor neighborhood. The townhouse was functioning as a dormitory for student nurses. He entered and, using only a knife, killed Gloria Davy, Patricia Matusek, Nina Jo Schmale, Pamela Wilkening, Suzanne Ferris, Marianne Jordan, Merlita Gargoyo, and Valentina Pasion. Speck, who later claimed he was both drunk and high on drugs, may have originally planned to commit a routine burglary. 8. Speck held the women in a room for hours, leading them out one by one, stabbing or strangling each to death, then finally raping and strangling his last victim, Gloria Davy. One woman, Corazon Amorau, escaped death because she crawled and hid under a bed while Speck was out of the room. Speck possibly lost count or might have known 8 women lived in the townhouse but was unaware that a 9th woman was spending the night. Amorau stayed hidden until almost 6 a.m. 9. Fingerprints found at the scene were matched to Speck. 10. 2 days after the murders, Speck was identified by a drifter named Claude Lunsford. Speck, Lunsford, and another man had been drinking the evening of July 15th on the fire escape of the Star Hotel at 617 W. Madison. On July 16th, Lunsford recognized a sketch of the murderer in the evening paper and phoned the police at 9:30 p.m. after finding Speck in his, Lunsford's, room at the Star Hotel. The police, however, did not respond to the call, although their records showed the call had been made. Speck then attempted suicide, and the Star Hotel desk clerk phoned in the emergency around midnight. Speck was taken to Cook County Hospital at 12:30 a.m. on July 17th. At the hospital, Speck was recognized by Dr. Leroy Smith, a 25-year-old surgical resident physician, who had read about the Born to Raise Hell tattoo in a newspaper story. The police were called. Speck was arrested. 10. Concerns over the recent Miranda case that had vacated the convictions of a number of criminals meant Speck was not even questioned for 3 weeks after his arrest. 11. Pre-trial edit. This section relies largely or entirely upon a single source. Relevant discussion may be found on the top page. Please help improve this article by introducing citations to additional sources. Find sources: Richard Speck, News Newspapers Book Scholar JSTOR, June 2018. Learn how and when to remove this template message. Felony Court Judge Herbert J. Passion appointed an impartial panel to report on Speck's competence to stand trial and his sanity at the time of the crime. A panel of 3 physicians suggested by the defense and 3 physicians selected by the prosecution, consisting of 5 psychiatrists and 1 general surgeon. The panel's confidential report deemed Speck competent to stand trial and concluded he had not been insane at the time of the murders. 3. While awaiting trial, Speck participated in twice-weekly sessions with part-time Cook County Jail psychiatrist Dr. Marvin Ziporin. These continued after Speck's transfer from Cermak Memorial Hospital, inside Chicago's House of Corrections, on July 29, 1966, until February 13, 1967, the day before Speck was transferred to Peoria to stand trial. Ziporin prepared a discharge summary with depression, anxiety, guilt, and shame among Speck's emotions, but also a deep love for his family. It went on to note an obsessive-compulsive personality and a Madonna prostitute attitude towards women. Ziporin maintained Speck viewed women as saintly until he felt betrayed by them for some reason, after which hostility developed. He also diagnosed organic brain syndrome, resulting from the cerebral injuries suffered earlier in Speck's life, and stated he was competent to stand trial but was insane at the time of the crime due to the effects of alcohol and drug use on his organic brain syndrome. 3. Dr. Ziporin did not testify for the defense or the prosecution, as both sides were troubled to learn before the trial Ziporin was writing a book about Speck for financial gain. Ziporin also earned the ire of the Cook County Jail, which fired him as its part-time psychiatrist the week after Speck's trial ended. At some point during his interviews with Speck, Ziporin had obtained a written 3-sentence consent from Speck authorizing him to tell what I am really like. Ziporin's biography of Speck was published in the summer of 1967. 3. Confessions did. Speck later claimed he had no recollection of the murders, but he had confessed the crime to Dr. Leroy Smith at the Cook County Hospital. Smith did not testify, because the confession was made while Speck was sedated. Illinois Supreme Court Justice John J. Stamos, Cook County's state attorney when Speck was tried, who knew of the hospital confession, stated, "We didn't need it. We had an eyewitness." 10. Speck confessed to the murders for the first time in public when he spoke to Chicago Tribune columnist Bob Greene in 1978. 12. In a film Inmates Made at the Stateville Correctional Center in 1988, Speck recounted the brutal murders in detail. He again stated he was high that night, but then he undercut the idea that the drugs were a mitigating factor, asserting he could just as well have done it sober. 13. Trial edit. Speck's jury trial began April 3, 1967, in Peoria, Illinois, 3 hours southwest of Chicago, with a gag order on the press. 14. In court, Speck was positively identified by the sole surviving student nurse, Corazon Amorau.
Okay, he said he could have done it sober too, but I'm wondering, was he sober or under the influence when that happened? When he said that. It seems like so many of these stupid things happen, specifically because people are drunk or on some kind of drug. You know, sometimes it is they have these underlying thoughts, and then maybe they get the liquid courage built up to actually act out what their thoughts are. Or maybe they just get stupid ideas because they're drunk and decide to do stuff like that. Every case, I'm sure, is different, but I'm sure a lot of that goes on. I know that that shooting that happened at the over at Gilroy, the Garlic Festival in Gilroy. The guy there was drunk, if I remember right. Hi, Yolanda.
tentatively identified by the sole surviving student nurse, Corazon Amaro. When pointed her finger at minutes of deliberation, the jury found Speck guilty and recommended the death penalty. On June 5, Judge Herbert J. Passion sentenced Speck to die in the electric chair, but granted an immediate stay pending automatic appeal. The Illinois Supreme Court subsequently upheld his conviction and death sentence on November 22, 1968. 15. Speck and XYY syndromated. In December 1965 and March 1966, Nature and The Lancet published findings by British.
Say, XYY syndrome, I think that's, it's not Klinefelter, is it? Basically, it's a sex chromosome disorder where a person who is born with an extra sex chromosome. There are several sex chromosome disorders. There are Klinefelters, Turner syndrome, and several others. Sometimes it's one missing, and sometimes it's one extra. And even more rare cases, it's two extra. XYY, I think they call that the super male, whatever they call it. Usually are tall and very thin, if I remember right. When I learned about these in biology class in college. I just forget the details of each type of each syndrome, though. Anyway, and I think they're getting ready to talk about that here anyway.
In December 1965 and March 1966, Nature and The Lancet published findings by British cytogeneticist Patricia Jacobs and colleagues of a chromosome survey of patients at Scotland's only security hospital for the developmentally disabled. 9 of the patients, ranging from 5 feet 7 in 1.70 meters to 6 feet 2 in 1.88 meters in height, were found to have an extra Y chromosome, the so-called XYY syndrome. 16, 17, 18. Jacobs' hypothesis that men with XYY syndrome are more prone to aggressive and violent behavior than males with the normal XY karyotype was later shown to be incorrect. 19, 20, 21. In August 1966, Eric Engel, a Swiss endocrinologist and geneticist at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee, wrote to Speck's attorney, Cook County Public Defender Gerald W. Getty, who was reportedly planning an insanity defense. He suggested, based on Jacobs' unsubstantiated theory and Speck's height of 6 feet 1 in 1.85 meters, that Speck might have XYY syndrome. 22-23. A chromosome analysis performed the following month by Engel revealed that Speck had a normal XY karyotype. 23. 1 month later, a court-appointed Getty's and 68 biochemist Mary Telfer and Associates published data from a genetic analysis similar in design to Jacobs, of subjects confined lining XYY.
I was trying to move over for a car that was in the lane that was ending. Meanwhile, the car that was behind me in the lane I was already in before moves over after I'd already had my turn signal on and waited for the car that was next to me to clear the space so I could get over there before these guys go cutting in front of me. Crash at Tropicana, left lane closed. Now I'm going to have to rewind that a little bit because the distractions with the other car cut me off, and this other guy, I gotta probably wait till after I get out of the area when traffic calms down. That way I can have my attention focused mostly on the traffic. Walmart right here that I'm passing by. I used to deliver to it all the time when I was in the Walmart fleet. Alright, I'm seeing a lot of brake lights coming on. And we're not too far from Tropicana, so I'm sure this is mainly for the accident, whatever it is. Russell Road coming up 1 mile away. brakes there just in case, because couldn't tell if he was just strategically placing himself to be more visible, like a good rider would do, or if he was going to split. California lane splitting's
Where's this accident at?
somewhere around Tropicana, supposedly. At least that's what the electronic sign I passed earlier was saying. To go Tropicana Avenue. There might be a bit of a delay here. I could have also taken 215 across over to 15 and go north, but not a good idea. Probably won't be a good option because 15 will get bogged down also. Not like I'm in a big hurry anyway. I'm expecting I'll probably be in Fernley around midnight or so, and no matter what, I'm going to have more than a 34-hour break before it's time to deliver, because my load's not due until the 9th at 1400. So if I get there at midnight, my 34 will be completed on the 9th at 10 a.m. At midnight is 0000, and then add just add 10 hours or 1000 to it. That's 1000 hours for the time of day. Easy way to remember a 34-hour reset. Yeah, the 10 hours. Complete. Stadium, next exit. And I do know a lot of these, like Russell Road, I can take all the way across I-15 if I want to. Same as Tropicana. Like I say, I used to use a lot of these roads from even before I became a truck driver, even before I was in the Air Force. I was out here a lot because growing up in Barstow, and I was hanging out here with friends or whoever. Then also being in the Walmart fleet and somewhat frequently coming up this way to do local area deliveries. It's another way to get to know what roads are where. Russell Road exit. Still have over a mile to go to, well, actually, yeah, over a mile to go to get to Tropicana though. Not sure what the nature of this accident is, or what kind of recovery equipment is already there, or whatever. I'd expect that at some point in time, though, they'll probably block all the lanes so they can get the accident scene moved over to the right shoulder, though. up accident stuff, actually safety in general stuff for JCT and other companies. I usually do a normal comparative study on a lot of companies. I'll probably post a video on that. How many DOT reportable accidents they have. It breaks them down into fatals, injuries, and tows. Because those are the three types of accidents that are DOT reportable. Any mishap that results in a fatality or an injury is DOT reportable. And same as if there's an accident requiring a tow truck. So I was looking specifically at the fatal accident history for the company. We've only had 2 over the last 2 years, which you could say it's too many. However, there's a certain website on the FMCSA called SMS. You can pull up a whole profile of the company, and it'll tell you what trucks have gotten inspections, if they had no violations, or if they had any problems. A lot of times they get inspected in conjunction with getting pulled over for something. And it also has a complete 2-year accident history, like every single accident the company's had over the last 2 years. You can find it on there. I mean, you're not going to find the non-DOT reportable stuff, but Freeway Service Patrol. Anyway, there are 2 accidents that JCT trucks have been involved in over the last 2 years. The oldest one was a double fatality plus 2 injuries back in February of 2018. So that one's actually going to drop off our record a little over a month from now. Right, I guess once March comes around, since February it'll be part of the 48 or 24-month period or whatever. That one, I guess, happened in somewhere over by Seguin, Texas. It did show that no citation was issued to the driver, though, which means that the driver was probably not at fault. They probably got caught up in somebody else's mess. Usually, if the truck driver's at fault, you're going to get, or at least if the truck driver did anything wrong, not necessarily at fault, just if they did anything wrong at all, like they were speeding or maybe failed to maintain control of the truck or whatever else, not yielding, yeah, and then they're going to get a citation. And anytime, I think for fatal accidents, it doesn't matter if a citation's issued or not, if I recall. It's a mandatory urine inspection, or urine test, whatever. But in that case, the driver did not get cited for anything, which made me think that maybe they got caught up in somebody else's mess. And then the more recent one was in May of 2019. That was also in Texas. I forget where exactly it was. I think it was on an interstate though, and that was a single fatality. Also a case where the driver was not cited for anything. So again, probably got caught up in someone else's mess. That truck, there is a truck that's all trashed up, whatever, at our drop yard in Fort Worth. I didn't go look at it when I was at the yard last week, but I do remember seeing that truck there previously. Supposedly that truck's the one that was involved. If I remember right, it's a blue Freightliner. Or was it a silver Freightliner? I forget. I know it was a Freightliner, I just couldn't remember what color it was. But yeah, I remember being over in the northwest corner of our drop yard there. Now I was talking to Andy, Andy and Rizzo. You guys know him, or those of you guys who are on here regularly. I was talking to him today before I started my shift, and we kind of got into the topic of somehow started talking about Scotty. I can't remember what, and kind of mentioned how, or no, he was asking me how many subscribers I had now. So I told him I'm at 862, and then he was kind of curious. Well, how many does Scotty have? And I go, he's over 15,000. Damn. And then he was just kind of wondering if maybe he only does live streams or something. But I was like, no, he posts some other stuff where it's not live. And then said he also likes to post stuff in some Swift group on Facebook, if for no other reason than to just mess. But yeah, I started talking about that group and asked him if he was in it or familiar with it. He said he was familiar with it, but not in it, because he's not into picking on specific companies, and I don't blame him. I think Swift gets a lot of a bad rap from people just because they're raw numbers. And I've been following the accident stats of all the mega carriers since before I even got my CDL. And I know who the worst offenders are of being involved in accident, DOT reportable accidents, and who's not. The worst companies out there are Western Express, CRST, Sierra England, and US Express. In terms of, this is based on what percentage of the trucks in their fleet are involved in accidents over the 2-year period. Western Express is by far the worst. They're at like 25% of their fleet. So 1 out of every 4 of Western Express's trucks has been involved in some form of a DOT reportable accident in the last 2 years. And then CRST is second worst. I think they're about 21%. So a little more than 1 out of every 5 trucks. And was third worst. Sierra England used to be 4th worst when I was driving for them, but their numbers have gone up more recently. They used to be in like the 14% range, but now they're up at 16%. And US Express, they used to be worse than Sierra England, but now they're better. Trying to think of who else. We were unfortunately getting pretty bad there for a little bit, because of our truck number count went down. And that was kind of the same situation with Swift. Swift was actually a pretty decent company overall as far as the percentage of their trucks involved in DOT reportable accidents. Yeah, no, they might have more of the parking lot and non-reportable kind of accidents, or non-DOT accidents, I should say, but used to be they were in the about 8% or mid-8s, which is actually pretty decent. Actually, most of the bigger carriers are in that same range. A lot of some at least reputable carriers are all in the same area, about low 8s, maybe even high 7s or even high 8s. Those are all I would call normal numbers. Very few have a better than 7.5% rate, and you'd be surprised that Federal Express is actually the best of them all, at least out of the companies that I have in my list. Now, I don't know how much it has to do with them being a less than truckload carrier. Not to mention they had dropped their speeds. They put governors on their trucks, whatever, and slowed them down. That could have helped too. I don't know. But anyway, Swift. Everyone likes to make fun of them, and even before I got my CDL, I remember hearing people talk about how, the only reason Swift has so many accidents is because they're so huge. Yeah, so that's why I made this spreadsheet, because I wanted to see just what the truth is there. People just make fun of them just because of they're so often visible, or are they really deserving of that kind of reputation? And it turned out, it really is because they have just such raw, large numbers. When you have, when I first started driving, Swift had a fleet size of about 26,000 trucks, actually a little more than 26,000. And at that point in time, their accident rate was about, I can't remember. Okay, well 10% would be 2,600 trucks. So even if they had a 10% accident rating, 2,600 trucks is more than twice the size of CRST's entire fleet. CRST is not that huge a company, and they have they have over 1,000 trucks, bigger than us, but not that much bigger. But now it was for a little bit there. Swift's accident history actually did start to make him look really bad, and I knew why. It's because they still had accident, they had months of accident stats that were consistent with a fleet of 26,000 trucks, even though they had already merged with Knight, and their fleet size had actually shrunk to, what are they at now? I think about 16,000 now. So they're quite a bit smaller today than they were when I first started driving. And so what happens is when they shrunk down like that, they have the accident stats that were for a 26,000 truck fleet, but now they have a fleet size of only 16,000. So what it does, it makes them look a lot worse than they really are. And even now, it's like now that the months are starting to wind away from the post Knight Swift merger, the accident numbers are starting to stabilize back out to where they used to be. Like I just looked at their numbers today, and they're in the 9.9% or so range, if I remember right. Which, okay, left lane closed still. All right. So I can't sit here and say that Swift's a bad company. I've seen drivers who have experience, who actually have driving experience and have driven for Swift, actually say they're not a bad company to drive for. Yeah. And their accident numbers actually tell that they're actually a reputable company, even with accidents. It's just the raw numbers just so massive that they're going to naturally have more accidents to report than anybody else. You can always just back off. You don't have to be an asshole, you freaking idiot. You're not gonna help anything. All you're gonna do is just contribute to another accident. It's gonna cause more problems. Let me guess. Now this Jeep's gonna try to go around the pickup and try to cut him off. Maybe not. Tropicana Avenue is half a mile away. Just gotta have patience and stay back like this. Maybe someone's stuck in the left lane and wants to get off of Tropicana, then it's easier for them to get over there when you're leaving space like this. Not to mention, there's less risk of me getting hit by the front end of my truck hit by somebody trying to cut into me, which I have actually seen happen to a truck that was right behind me before. Because basically it takes two asshole drivers for that kind of an accident to happen, regardless who's at fault. Whenever two assholes are involved, and problems are going to happen, or problems are going to come up. Still don't see where the accident scene is, so it must be on the must be north of Tropicana. So this truck right behind me is right on my ass. Why? Because he's trying to keep other people from cutting in front of him. There's no point in that. Just back it off. You don't need to be right on people's asses. Hey, what's up, Corey? I'm in southeastern Las Vegas area. For anybody who might not already have figured that out, or who's not already aware or whatever, coming up on the Tropicana Avenue exit on I-515, and there's an accident ahead that is causing all of this. I do expect more traffic delays when I get over near I-15. Naturally, gotta expect that kind of thing to happen at 4:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, I heard something about Iran launching missiles, or at least I saw a headline. I'm gonna play it when I get through with the Cora article when that I'm currently listening to, or that situation. So. On mass murderer Richard Speck, which was triggered by another article I was listening to where someone mentioned him, and I wanted to kind of get a background understanding of that case. I started to run into problems with traffic cutting me off, or just trying to be assholes. So I'm gonna wait till I get out of all the traffic before I resume playing all that. Looks like the accident scene's coming up here pretty soon. I do see the traffic starting to pick up over there, just on not far past the overpass. A couple of notifications I've seen kind of suggest that I'm not really sure if the "20 missiles launched at Al Assad." Okay. Now everyone's going to start merging into my lane, so even more reason to stay back. Like I say, it's not going to do. I'm not in a hurry, and it's not really going to do me any good to play asshole games with people. I always say I can be as big an asshole on the road as anybody else, but I'm never the first one to do it. I only play asshole if someone plays asshole first. Like this guy I know is coming in, so no sense trying to be a jerk and not let her in. I've got two more. Yeah, look like I can pick up that. Look like he's going to try to do it too. Gonna run out of space there, dude. I knew he was going to get himself in a bad spot, so I just went ahead and left the space for him to get up there. Even though I could have been a complete jerk and forced him to get back behind me, but alright. Now we're through that mess. It actually looked like it's on the other side of the freeway. Too busy watching this guy here trying to cut me off, or not cut me off, but trying to decide whether he's going to get in front of me or behind me, that I didn't even bother to look at the accident scene. Exit 70, Boulder Highway coming big cell phone tower right here. I'll just stay right where I'm at because it's only 3 through lanes and 1 exit lane, and I know by the time I get up to get up by the 15, I'm gonna need to stay left anyway. Boulevard coming up next, 1.5 miles. Charleston, let's see, I want to say it goes just north of where 95 is, over there by where 15, 95, and 515 meet up. Because this road does curve to the left before long. Might be, yeah, I know Cheyenne Avenue is north of it, and I just trying to remember if Charleston's north or south of the 515 and 15 interchange. I-15, 7 miles away. Boulevard, 3/4, Eastern Avenue, 2.5, Las Vegas Boulevard, 3 3/4. Las Vegas paving. Adjust to this guy here because it won't do me much really good to go around him. I'll just end up behind the other traffic in front of him if I do. However, yeah, now these guys are changing their speeds. This RV's slowed down and completely changed the dynamic here. I still got some snow on the mountains up there. By I think Mount Charleston out that way. Camping out next to me is not helping me. I can't go anywhere anyway, so yeah, just kick back, be patient. Eastern Avenue exit coming up here. some delays here. Probably not too bad, but I expect there'll be some slowdown up here for the interchange coming up. Yeah, I do see some slowness on not this curve, but the next one. Traffic trying to get on the freeway right here. I don't know, most of this problem that's we're coming up to here is maybe just because the 15 interchange. Sunlight before I get north of Vegas. Looks like it might get dark before I even get out of the Metro Vegas area. Multiple casualties reported. And let's see after the curve here. Altaji was also hit. Another base that got hit. Where are these bases at? And you're talking about in Iraq, right? That's gonna set off a shitstorm for sure. Wouldn't be surprised if the next action taken is Trump attacks whatever bases those missiles were launched from. HOV enforced 24/7, cross the double line, pay the fine. Here, Rainbow 5 minutes, Cheyenne 8 minutes, Durango 16. I know you guys all pronounce it Durango. The Spanish way is Durango. Roadrunner, then there's other like birds or whatever on that wall. What's that second one? I can't. Oh, those aren't all birds. The one on the far right looks like a fox, or yeah, I think it's a fox. Why is it gray though? See foxes I usually see here in the desert are normally like a reddish orange looking kind of color. Some kind of a lizard. That's what the other one is. monsters out here. Gila monsters, I know, are more well known for being in Arizona. Hey, JR. Alright, I'm on US 95 now at Decatur Boulevard, just not too far west of I-15 in Vegas. I was saying earlier, I don't normally have much problem getting through Vegas traffic ever. Today was probably the worst experience, one of the worst experiences I've had though with that accident that wasn't even on my side of the freeway. Cars over on the other side there look like they're going to merge with us, so that's probably the big source of what's going on here. Jones Boulevard 1 mile away. We've got Summerlin Parkway 2 miles out and Rainbow Boulevard 2 1/4 out. Stayer, Democrat for president. Slow. Honestly, though, Carl, this rush hour traffic here is not as mentally exhausting to me as being home in Southern California can usually be. I look like we're starting to pick up a little bit here. Should be out of it pretty soon. There's only so much more Vegas to even to see before I'm out of town. Now, James, we were just talking about the Iran missile attacks. Who was that earlier? We were talking about a couple of specific military bases in Iraq were attacked. And Summerlin Parkway coming up a mile. And I'm starting to get speed back here too. Up to 45 now. be at the top of the target list. Going to war, buddies. Now, speaking of that, everybody, obviously, have my interest in the stock market. Now, a lot of people are going to freak out over that. Think the stock market's going to go to shit. You might see some short-term knee-jerking, but in actuality, wars are actually good for the economy, not bad. Keeps a lot of manufacturing sector industries, whatever, in good business when they have to keep the military supplied with their needs to fight battles. Man, I'd say war is probably the best, one of the best economic stimulants there are. More profits for the corporations means higher stock prices, but a lot of people are just, they're going to follow the news too much, and they're, like I was saying, a lot of people who don't know anything about stocks are going to make stupid decisions because they don't know anything, they have no idea what they're doing, and they see what's on the news and knee-jerk react because what they see. In fact, I'm already seeing notifications from my other admins in my TSP group talking about the knee-jerking and stupid people basically selling off, I guess futures positions, which is great for me because I have a short position in S&P futures right now. So it means I want the price to go down to make me more money. I don't want it to go down that long. I just thought the prices were too high relative to earnings at the time, and I'm waiting. I was waiting for a drop to come regardless. Then when the price comes back down to the lower end of a range I'm looking for, then I'll switch it back over to a long position, which means I'll be ready for the price to go back up. Cheyenne Avenue. Hey Joe, hi Tom. I think I saw Tara also, yeah. Back, y'all. Oh, that's right. James said that Scotty's done streaming, so it explains why my viewer count went up. So did they get all this moving done, or? No, I didn't get a chance to watch too much of that stream. What was that? Was that his, it sounded like a roommate. Like a roommate, a former roommate or something, maybe disgruntled and left or something, or got kicked out, or I don't know. Didn't quite understand that situation. I was under the impression it was her property, though, or maybe other stuff that got collected. 55 zone here, but I'm getting passed by everybody, so I'm not going to hold up the flow of traffic for a speed limit sign. Take a look at where S&P futures is at now, but I know I saw one notification saying something about it had dropped below 3,200, which is good because it's been sitting up around 3,250, and it's just too high. eventually be a good 3,200 eventually be a cheap price, but gotta have the earnings data there to justify it first, and we don't have the data there to justify it yet. My own short-term target is in the 3170-ish range. And that's where I think the top end of the short-term price range should be, not the bottom. More slowing here. Looks like I've got a lot of traffic on the off-ramp up here. I'm sure slow down right here on the freeway is only because of the lane ending. Left all kinds of junk. Alright, and Carl's asking how far am I from Sparks. I was 525 out when I started. I've only driven about not quite 120. Probably could have easily been at least 150 by now if it weren't for this damn traffic. So should be about just over 400 miles out from Sparks. I'm going to be ending my day at the probably at the Pilot or maybe the Flying J in Fernley though. Maybe do the Pilot because I think I have a brake light on the trailer that I really should get looked at. It lights up, it just doesn't flash, the bright side of it when the brakes are applied, or when the brake lights are. Basically, the tail light part of it is fine, but the brake light part of it's not. Traffic here in Las Vegas, that's nothing new at all. This area is at slow traffic during commute hours for years. CC 215 West Detour, use exit 91A. Speeding up for no real good purpose just doesn't make sense to me. See, that kind of thing, I'm on instant alert for you coming over to my lane. Maybe just didn't want to hang out next to me or something. Can't say I blame him. Going by Nellis Air Force Base though, because Nellis is over on the other side of I-15. I've already crossed, already came from that side. But we'll have Fallon, what is it Creech Air Force Base? I want to say it's Creech Air Force Base. It's a drone base up here that I'll be passing by. It's within the first hour or so drive north of Vegas. Back to full speed to go. Yeah, could we at least have a 70 zone instead of a 65? 48 degrees here. Back to this article, go back a paragraph or so or actually this section, because
in December 1965 and March 1966, Nature and The Lancet published findings by British cytogeneticist Patricia Jacobs and colleagues of a chromosome survey of patients at Scotland's only security hospital for the developmentally disabled.
Mass murderer Richard Speck.
9 of the patients, ranging from 5 feet 7 in (1.70 meters) to 6 feet 2 in (1.88 meters) in height, were found to have an extra Y chromosome, the so-called XYY syndrome. 16, 17, 18. Jacobs' hypothesis that men with XYY syndrome are more prone to aggressive and violent behavior than males with the normal XY karyotype was later shown to be incorrect. 19, 20, 21. In August 1966, Eric Engel, a Swiss endocrinologist and geneticist at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee, wrote to Speck's attorney, Cook County Public Defender Gerald W. Getty, who was reportedly planning an insanity defense. He suggested, based on Jacobs' unsubstantiated theory and Speck's height of 6 feet 1 in (1.85 meters), that Speck might have XYY syndrome. 22-23. A chromosome analysis performed the following month by Engel revealed that Speck had a normal XY karyotype. 23. 1 month later, a court-appointed panel of 6 physicians rejected Getty's insanity argument and concluded that Speck was mentally competent to stand trial. 24. In 1968, biochemist Mary Telfer and Associates published data from a genetic analysis, similar in design to Jacobs, of subjects confined in psychiatric hospitals and penal institutions in Pennsylvania. Of the 5 XYY patients identified, 4 exhibited moderate to severe facial acne, leading the group to suggest that acne be added to the list of defining XYY characteristics. Subsequent research failed to substantiate this observation as well. 25-26. After Getty contacted Telfer to discuss her findings and their possible relevance to his client, Telfer wrote a speculative piece for the British journal Think in which she mistakenly reported that Speck had an XYY karyotype. That, combined with his extensive acne scarring, led her to describe Speck as the archetypal XYY male. 27, 28, 29. In a 3-part series on...
Hey Andy, I'm listening to something saying that you have an extra Y chromosome.
In a 3-part series on the XYY syndrome published in April 1968, the New York Times presented Jacobs' unsubstantiated theory associating the syndrome with violent behavior as an established fact, and noted that the karyotype had been cited as a mitigating factor by attorneys defending an XYY man charged with murder in Paris, 30-31, and another in Melbourne, 32, 33, 34. It also identified Speck as a classic example of an XYY criminal, and citing Telfer and Getty as sources predicted that XYY syndrome would form the crux of his insanity defense. 20, 35, 36, 37. Similar articles followed, again citing Telfer, in Time 38 and Newsweek 39, and 6 months later in the New York Times Magazine.
Believe it or not, he was married for
40.
like 4 years.
In May 1968, Speck's chromosomes were karyotyped a second time by Engel, with the same result, a normal 46, XY genome. 23. After Speck's conviction and death sentence were upheld by the Illinois Supreme Court later that year, 41, and the appeals process moved to the federal court system, 42, articles continued to appear in the lay press reporting or implying that Speck's supposed XYY genotype would be invoked as a mitigating factor. 43-44. In a review article published in the Journal of Medical Genetics in December 1968, Michael Court Brown found no overrepresentation of XYY males in chromosome surveys of Scottish prisons and hospitals for the developmentally and mentally disabled, and suggested that any conclusions drawn from study populations composed solely of institutionalized males were likely distorted by selection bias. 45. In May 1969, at the annual meeting of the American Psychiatric Association, Telfer et al. Reported that they had found no evidence of significant behavior differences, on average, between men with XYY karyotypes and those with normal genomes, and that XYY males had been unfairly stigmatized by earlier unsupported speculation. 46, 28, 47. Despite repeated efforts by Getty, 42, Engel, 23, and others to set the record straight regarding Speck's erroneous association with XYY syndrome, he remains labeled as such in some textbooks, online sites, and other sources. 21, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. Death penalty reversalated. On June 28, 1971, the U.S. Supreme Court, citing their June 3, 1968 decision in Witherspoon v. Illinois, upheld Speck's conviction but reversed his death sentence because more than 250 potential jurors were unconstitutionally excluded from his jury because of their conscientious or religious beliefs against capital punishment. 553. The case was remanded back to the Illinois Supreme Court for resentencing. On June 29, 1972, in Furman v. Georgia, the U.S. Supreme Court declared the death penalty unconstitutional, so the Illinois Supreme Court's only option was to order Speck resentenced to prison by the original Cook County Court. 54. On November 21, 1972, in Peoria, Judge Richard Fitzgerald resentenced Speck to from 400 to 1,200 years in prison, 8 consecutive sentences of 50 to 150 years. 55. He was denied parole in 7 minutes at his first parole hearing on September 15, 1976, and at 6 subsequent hearings in 1977, 1978, 1981, 1984, 1987, and 1990. 56. Life imprisoned. While incarcerated at the Stateville Correctional Center in Crest Hill, Illinois, Speck was given the nickname Birdman after the film Birdman of Alcatraz because he kept a pair of sparrows that had flown into his cell. He was described as a loner who kept a stamp collection and enjoyed listening to music. His contacts with the warden included requests for new shirts, a radio, and other mundane items. The warden merely described him as a big nothing doing time. Speck was not a model prisoner, he was often caught with drugs or distilled moonshine. Punishment for such infractions never stopped him. How am I going to get in trouble? I'm here for 1,200 years. 12. Speck loathed reporters, and granted only one press interview, in 1978 to Chicago Tribune columnist Bob Greene. During that interview, he publicly confessed to the murders for the first time, and said he thought he would get out of prison between now and the year 2000, at which time he hoped to run his own grocery store business. When Greene asked him if he compared himself to celebrity killers like John Dillinger, he replied, "Me, I'm not like Dillinger or anybody else. I'm freakish." 12. Speck stated that at the time of the killings, he had no feelings, but things had changed. I had no feelings at all that night. They said there was blood all over the place. I can't remember. It felt like nothing. I'm sorry as hell. For those girls, and for their families, and for me. If I had to do it over again, it would be a simple house burglary. Speck's final thought for the American people was just tell them to keep up their hatred for me. I know it keeps up their morale. And I don't know what I'd do without it. 12. In his book Mindhunter, Inside the FBI's Elite Serial Crime Unit, John E. Douglas of the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit refers to a telling prison incident Speck revealed to him in an interview. He found an injured...
Hello. How you doing? Alrighty. I'm good. I finally made it past Vegas. Had a delay over there on the 515 freeway because of some accident. It wasn't even on my side of the freeway. Yeah, and then they had the left lane on my side blocked. Mainly, I think just for, because they were using both sides to deal with the accident that was it was on the median on the other side. Then had the usual slowing over by I-15. Otherwise, it wasn't too bad. I expected the I-15 interchange slowing, but didn't expect to have that problem over there by Tropicana. and that was the worst of it. Yeah. So, no, 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 no. Don't go teasing me with this thing about you gonna get yelled at and not tell me what the hell you're talking about. What? Okay. Hmm. Okay, pause for a second. All right, some live. I want to make sure people know where I'm at on the. Okay, I'm on US 95 northbound. I'm. They're funny. I've got what a cop up here. I just saw some red and blue lights come on up ahead of me. Guessing it's a cop just pulled somebody over up here. Sure, if you say so, but That's all right. I'm not complaining. Um, okay, so how did my daughter do in school today? What? Well, I hope she's not touching your phone during lunch breaks. Then, if that's what's going on, good. She doesn't need to have access to it if she's not going to be. She's going to be dawdling around, whatever. Yep. Got to have all homework assignments have to be done before she can touch anything. Yep. What the hell is this place up here on the left? Got a lot of lights there. Maybe a prison or something. I can't really tell. I can't distinguish what the buildings are all alike and all that. I thought I remembered there being a prison out here somewhere though. It's been a while. I don't come through here enough to remember too well. Cold Creek Correctional Center. Okay, so it is a prison. Well, actually, I see two places over here. One on the left side on this street, and then one on the right side further up. The one on the right definitely looks like it could be a prison. The one on the left, yeah, it's probably prison too, because I see like watchtowers at both facilities. So, all right. Anyway, yeah. Figured I'll probably get to Fernley around midnight or so. Yeah, and somewhere on there, and I have just over 4 hours left before I absolutely have to stop for a 30, or at least a 30-minute break to, yeah, so I can and wait for my recaps to roll in. Once I get to Fernley, yeah, as long as I get there by a certain time, which shouldn't be any problem at all. I think this is Creech Air Force Base coming up in front of me. Yeah, it is because I can see the light flash on the control tower. It's one green and two white, which means it's a military airfield. Yes, one green and one white is civilian airfield. One green and two white is a military airfield. Yeah, they have other color codes too. Like I think what is that? I think orange and white. One orange, one white. If I remember right, is civilian heliport, and then one orange and two whites is a military heliport. I see something getting ready to land over here right now. Actually, it looks like it's probably a drone because it's not that huge. And this is a drone base, so but it's too dark for me to see more than a little bit of a silhouette. Not enough to even identify what kind of drone it is. All right, it's 45 speed limit. What? Huh? I'm in Indian Springs, Nevada now. Elevation 3123. Driving right next to Creech, or actually right through, basically, Creech Air Force Base. Community Center. Sheriff Substation. Uh, where you at now? Oh, okay. That's, yeah, the kids have therapy today, right? Yeah. So I figured. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Be sooner than you at the house yet, or yep. Same with me. Probably single day that goes through Barstow. Bunch of pickups in Colton that are usually in the afternoon, so might be more likely to see them in the or also in the earlier daytime, whatnot. Hmm. Okay. Well, I guess that's a fitting name. All right, yeah, and then just get the rest of the ingredients that don't fit on it in the kitchen. That's fine. No, that's fine. Taught her well. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Iran shot about 20 or so missiles at a. Tara says, "Be right back. Someone is screaming at CNN on the TV." Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a little bit of updates from a couple of people watching, and Wikipedia article on some mass murderer named Richard Speck. I guess he was born in 1941, and he ended up dying of a constant drug and alcohol problem, and he basically went into some, I think it was a sorority house, basically, or whatever it was, where a bunch of, a bunch of college students were living. I can't remember what the place actually was, but they were using it as, I think, a female dormitory of some sort. And I guess he had figured out that there were 8 people, 8 girls who were actually living there. And he went around basically showed up there one night and basically killed every single one of the girls that he thought was living there, and didn't know there was a 9th one there who doesn't. I'm still barely even halfway through the article. I'm not blaming you though. Oh, anyway, all right, okay, love you too. Bye. 100th Street. Oh, yeah, from what they were talking about, I guess it was 103rd Street or something like that. They said something about 103rd Street Shipyard or something like that in the area. And, I forget where that. There's some college. I forget what it was, but or some school or whatever it was. I guess was up in that area. Yeah, I didn't know you were from that area, Mish. So you're probably fairly. Yeah, Edwin, you had asked detail on it. You know, especially when I turned 21, not to hang out with friends. You know, or go to Ellis Air Force. Then I was in England in the Walmart fleet in Colton, about 6 times in a normal week, because I usually do about 3 loads. The 650 to 700 mile trip, depending on what stores we were going to, and you know, that's only about a 13 to 14 hour time frame when you have a team truck if it's running at full speed. But now we actually had more time to work with, and anyway, normally though I would go through there at least get 5-6 times every single week, or on a typical week. And then there were other times where I'd have loads going somewhere else, like to Tucson, Casa Grande, Las Cruces, out that way, and we would do what would be called integration loads back. So we would deadhead, let's just say, from Tucson or Las Cruces back over to Casa Grande, Arizona, which is in between Tucson and Phoenix. We drop our empty trailer there and then grab another loaded trailer out of that DC there, and take that load. Those loads would always go up to Las Vegas and hit the Walmart or Walmart neighborhood market stores in the Las Vegas area. So yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've been to Las Vegas. I've been there a ton of times. The aliens are sucking up the signal. Alright, Mercury, half mile away. As we get finished up this article here, it's more than halfway done, but still got a way to go.
In his book Mindhunter, inside the FBI's elite serial crime unit, John E. Douglas of the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit refers to a telling prison incident Speck revealed to him in an interview. He found an injured sparrow that had flown in through one of the broken windows and nursed it back to health. When it was healthy enough to stand, he tied a string around its leg and had it perch on his shoulder. At one point, a guard told him pets weren't allowed. I can't have it. Spec challenged, then walked over to a spinning fan and threw the small bird in. Horrified, the guard said, I thought you liked that bird. I did, Spec replied. But if I can't have it, no one can. 57. Prison video edit. In May 1996, Chicago television news anchor Bill Curtis received videotapes made at Stateville Correctional Center in 1988 from an anonymous attorney. Showing them publicly for the first time before the Illinois state legislature, Curtis pointed out the explicit scenes of sex, drug use, and money being passed around by prisoners, who seemingly had no fear of being caught. In the center was Spec performing oral sex on another inmate, 58-59, sharing a large quantity of cocaine with another inmate, parading in silk panties, sporting female-like breasts, allegedly grown using smuggled hormone treatments, and boasting, if they only knew how much fun I was having, they'd turn me loose. 58. The Illinois legislature packed the auditorium to view the 2-hour video, 58, but stopped the screening when the tape showed Spec performing oral sex on another man. 59. From behind the camera, a prisoner asked Spec if he had killed the nurses. Spec responded, sure I did. When asked why, Spec shrugged and jokingly said, it just wasn't their night. Asked how he felt about himself in the years since, he said, like I always felt. Had no feeling. If you're asking me if I felt sorry, no. He also described in detail the experience of strangling someone. It's not like TV. It takes over 3 minutes and you have to have a lot of strength. 58. Death did. Spec died of a heart attack on December 5, 1991, the eve of his 50th birthday. 60. Spec's sister feared that his grave would be desecrated, so he does not have a physical resting place. Spec was cremated, and his ashes were scattered in a secret location in the Joliet area. 60. Unmediated. This article appears to contain trivial, minor, or unrelated references to popular culture. Please reorganize this content to explain the subject's impact on popular culture, providing citations to reliable, secondary sources, rather than simply listing appearances. Unsourced material may be challenged and removed. January 2019. In Film Set It. Japanese pink film director Koji Wakamatsu based his 1967 film, Violated Angels, Okasureta Hikui, on the Spec murders. 61. The 1974 film Female Trouble, written and directed by John Waters, references Spec when Don Davenport, played by Devine, includes, I blew Richard Spec in her litany of crimes, citation needed. The 1976 film Naked Massacre is a fictionalized version of Spec's murder spree, set in Northern Ireland, citation needed. The 1983 Charles Bronson vigilante film 10 to Midnight is based, in part, on the Spec murders. 10 to Midnight responds to liberal attitudes toward the insanity defense and the rights of the accused, citation needed. Waters' 1994 film Serial Mom references Spec when Mr. Sutphin, Sam Waterston, finds a letter Spec wrote to his wife Beverly, Kathleen Turner. The 2002 film Spec portrays Spec's murders from his perspective. The 2007 film Chicago Massacre, Richard Spec also portrays Spec's crimes. The 2012 film 100 Ghost Street, The Return of Richard Spec follows investigators who try to film Spec's ghost at the site of the murders. In television edit. Kill and Order, Special Victims Unit, Williams Yates respectively. It aired on February 10, 2016. Episode 3 of Season 5 of Mad Men, Mystery Date, is set in July 1966 and includes various references to the Chicago student nurse murders. Episode 9 of the 2017 Netflix series Mindhunter follows a storyline involving interviews with Richard Spec detailing the murders of the nurses. Empty Eyes is the 18th episode of the 7th season of the television series CSI, Crime Scene Investigation. This episode was unusual for the show as it was aired in the UK with an adult content warning. Documentary episode with dramatic recreations of Spec's crimes using archival material and insightful commentary from those connected to the case. In Musiceded. A report of Spec's grand jury indictment is among the news bulletins read in 7 o'clock news. Silent Night, a song from Simon and Garfunkel's 1966 album Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. 63. Cheap Trick's 1977 self-titled debut album contains a song about Spec called The Ballad of TV Violence, I'm Not the Only Boy. The song was originally titled The Ballad of Richard Spec, but according to drummer Bunny, but and all that. 64. Former Marilyn Manson keyboardist Zsa Zsa Speck follows the group's stage name tradition of mixing pop culture icons with serial killers by adopting the names of Zsa Zsa Gabor and Richard Speck. Garage rock band the Chesterfield Kings wrote the song, Richard Speck, for their 1989 album Berlin Wall of Sound. 65. Metal band Macabre has a song about Speck called What the Heck, Richard Speck, on their 1993 album Sinister Slaughter.
Highway 160
New
coming
metal
up
band
half mile.
Church of Misery wrote a song about Speck called Born to Raise Hell, on their 2009 album Houses of the Unholy. 66. Inartited. Photographs of the 8 nurses Speck murdered were the basis of 8 Student Nurses, 1966, a painting series by German artist Gerhard Richter. 67. In literature. Pulitzer Prize-winning poet Lizzle Muller refers to Speck in her poem, Apocryphal Story, first published in the chapbook Life of a Queen, 1970, and reissued in her volume Waving from Shore, Louisiana State University Press, Baton Rouge, 1989, p.30. The poem is reflecting about Speck's doubtful assertion that he had lost any recollection of his deeds.
46 miles from here.
In Politics edit. Speck's knife was cited in the Robert F. Kennedy's remarks at the University of Kansas as an absurd example of item factored in the gross domestic product. References did. Citations did. Carrot ABC, find missing woman sought in Speck case. Chicago Tribune. August 5, 1966 p. 14. Indictments were returned against Richard Benjamin Speck, the name he used most frequently, instead of Richard Benjamin Speck, as shown on his birth certificate. Carrot A.B. Fornick, Scott, July 9, 2006. Drinking buddy, he was just calm. Chicago Sun-Times. p. A13. Speck was born Richard Benjamin Speck on December 6, 1941, in downstate Kirkwood. Later, he took Franklin, his father's middle name, as his own middle name. Carrot A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z Brio, Daniel L. Martin, William J. Kunkel, Bill, 1993. The Cross.
Okay, we're in this reference info now, so alright, to hell with the rest of that. Alright, so basically, yeah, it was just it was a mass murder. It killed a bunch of nursing students. He was originally given the death penalty, but then they commuted it, and he ended up doing life and died of a heart attack after about 25 years in prison. That was about Richard Speck, mass murderer in the, I think it was 1966, they said, in the Chicago area. Alright, let's, got a question from WTF FTW, I guess, is that what the fuck the world, or? Yeah, you got some other name I can go by, or just, should I just call you WTF, or? So yeah, WTF asks how often I get to take a break. We're allowed to drive up to 11 hours per shift, and within a 14-hour period. After the 14-hour shift is up, we have to do a 10-hour break before we're allowed to drive again. We can actually be on duty for, actually an unlimited amount of time, but the problem is we just can't drive the truck. We have a 8-hour clock, an 11-hour clock, a 14-hour clock, and then a 70-hour clock. For those of you guys who don't drive for a living, or maybe want to get into it and get a better understanding, now the 8-hour clock is basically, once I first go on duty, it starts counting down. It does not stop no matter what. And basically, once it counts down to 0, I have to have taken stopped and taken a 30-minute break before, by the time it counts down to 0, before I'm allowed to drive again. So I can drive, basically I can drive up to, I can be on duty for up to 8 hours before I have to, before I can no longer be driving. I can be on duty after I'm done or in sleeper berth status. They both count as off-duty statuses. The next clock is the 11-hour clock. That's my drive off duty, on duty. The next clock is the 14-hour clock. That's basically my shift my shift, which is basically when I start my pre-trip inspection, that's when my 14 starts, basically at the same time as my 8-hour clock. The difference there is the 14-hour clock, it's very much like the 8-hour clock, but the difference is what it takes to get it to stop and reset. While the 8-hour clock, I need to do a 30-minute break to get it to stop and reset. The 14-hour clock, I have to do a 10-hour break to get it to stop and reset. And the final clock is the 70-hour clock, which basically is I can only do 70 hours of on-duty time, whether it's on-duty not driving or actually driving, in any 8-day period. So if I drive, let's just say 10 hours per day, then I'll run out of time in 7 days, and then on the 8th day I can't do anything, or I can do on duty, I just can't drive. And I have to have 70-hour time to work with to be able to go on to drive my truck. So like today, for example, between last night and today, I took about a 20-hour break because of what time I got into Kingman, which I got to Kingman last night around 18:30 local time, Mountain Time, and when I shut down there, I only had 7 hours and 13 minutes left on my 70-hour clock. Okay, well I don't get my recaps back until midnight Central Time, or 2200 Mountain Pacific Time. That's where my customer is, and that's where I live, and kind of where I base my own clock off of. So about 10 p.m. is when I get my hours back. So if I count back from 2200 minus 8, that's 1400 Pacific Time, or roughly, give or take, before I can go back on duty. And then I need to plan on a 30-minute break along the way anyway. So I'm going to take my 30-minute break whenever my clock here tells me to come back in on my 70-hour clock, and then I can finish driving the rest of my shift. It's only about a 525-mile trip this shift, which is not particularly difficult at all in a 70-mile-an-hour truck. I can actually do that within an 8-hour period if I can run 70 miles an hour the entire time. But traffic delays in Vegas area, and I'm going to have more towns coming up here that I'll have to go slow through. And not to mention some hills. It's border. Kingman up to it's about 15, 20. Got a reefer truck coming this way. Man, thanks for taking the time to hang out and watch the feed here. WTF. I know I get a lot of people coming on my page because they like to watch. I'd rather people come into the industry have half a clue what to expect, and why. That's markers where they're by county, and they go by county and not by state. California, even the interstates, even the exit numbers, they go by state like everybody else, but the actual mile posts are by county. And most of the time on U.S. highways, even outside California, you're going to find it like that, where they're white, the white mile. And they'll have a letter code right here. It's like this one here coming up. It says NY26. By the way, I just got into Amargosa Valley. Okay, NY is the code for what county I'm in, which I think is Nyack. And then 26 is mile marker 26 in Nyack County. US 95 right now on north of Las Vegas. Yeah, basically going up toward the Reno area. It's not the Area 51 Travel Center coming up, is it? I see something up there on the right. Yeah, I don't know. No, yeah, it might be, because I know there's another, like a Chevron station or whatever it is on the other side of the road from there. Alright, let's pull up this news article about one. Wait for this truck to go by first. Alright. Get this. Put that to play so I'll get some more.
U.S.
detail on
official, Iran launches missiles into U.S. air bases in Iraq. ABC 15 News 2 hours ago. Multiple missiles have been launched into Iraq from Iran targeting American bases. This morning, courageous fighters of the IRGC's Air Force launched a successful operation called Operation Martyr Soleimani, with the code Ozara, by firing tens of ground-to-ground missiles at the base of the terrorist and invasive U.S. forces, the country's state-run news outlet ISNA reported. A U.S. official confirms to ABC News that ballistic missiles have been fired from inside Iran at multiple U.S. military facilities inside Iraq on Wednesday morning local time. The facilities include Erbil in northern Iraq and Al-Assad Air Base in western Iraq, the official said. The attack comes days after the U.S. killed Iranian Gen. Qasem Soleimani in a drone attack in Iraq. Defense Secretary Mark Esper in a briefing at the Pentagon Tuesday said the U.S. was ready to retaliate for any attack launched by Iran. Thirdly, to our partners and allies and to the Iran regime, I would like to say we are not looking to start a war with Iran. But we are prepared. Finish one, Esper said. As I've told my many colleagues, as I spoke to them over the last few days, what we like to see is the situation be escalated and for Iran to sit down with us to begin a discussion about a better way ahead.
Traffic ahead. Yeah, that should be it. Highway 373 coming up half a mile. Yeah, this is Area 51 Travel Center here. Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge. This place here kind of cracks me up. Well, they do have a brothel there. Obviously, I don't have any interest in the brothel personally, but I'm sure other people might. But I'll stop there sometimes, just for the travel center part. And they'll have the urinals. They put ice cubes in them. I thought it was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. They're like, why the hell put ice cubes in? So I asked them, what's with the ice cubes? You just give me something fun to aim at while I'm pissing, or some other purpose? So, turned out to do it for, because we're on a septic system. And so to help, I guess, prevent from filling up the leach line or whatever, or, filling up their septic tank too fast. Instead of having to flush the urinal all the time, you can, the water just kind of helps keep the smell down and all that, I guess, and prevents them from having to use too much water. Tentatively going to stop in Tonopah. There's a 76 station up there with truck parking. parking. I might stop there. I don't know if I can reach Hawthorne. There are a couple of gas stations, actually a truck stop, a couple of truck stops up in Hawthorne. You know, just regular like gas station type places with truck parking. That I can consider too. I just don't know if I can get that far before needing to stop for sure. But I figure Tonopah would be a good stop because it's more than halfway to Fernley. See, I've done just a hair under 200 miles now this shift. Got 525 total. I'd say about 530 actually, if you count the inaccuracy of my odometer or my speedometer. So about what's that? 265 miles or so would be the halfway point. Or somewhere in the general ballpark. So yeah, anything north of 265 miles is what I prefer to do before I stop for my 30. Now, being at almost 200 miles right now, it's only another 65 miles before I get to that point. Yeah, when I was looking at the map, I was expecting that the halfway point would be somewhere between Beatty and Tonopah. Or somewhere near Beatty, perhaps, so. Pretty decent amount of traffic coming southbound. Wouldn't really expect that on a 2-lane road in the boonies like here. Especially on a weekday. It's only, what, Tuesday night? Yeah, dude, turn the brights off. I'm sure you're blinding the guy in front of you. Dipshit. Once I get past this guy here, I'm gonna blast him. Pay attention. Yeah, they aren't even noticing that I'm flashing my brights at them. That tells me they're probably distracted driving. They're not even looking at the road if they can't see me flash my brights at them. If you're that stupid, get off the road. Away from my eyes to cover a little bit. Try not to look directly at them, but I'm also trying to keep it. I gotta. Hopefully, blowing my air horn at them. Hopefully, got their attention. Catching almost right behind me now. I'm sure they'll try to hopefully wait till this other guy goes by and pass me. Now I'll actually try to encourage them to pass me when I think it's safe for them to do so by moving right so they can see around me better. Come on. Dang it. Come on. Move. Taking the bait. I guess they're satisfied with staying behind me. Big Dune, 1 mile. Now, if they don't want to take the bait when I give them the bait, well, it's too bad. I'm not giving you any more chances. that's for their use of the brights. So if I turn my brights on, that means there's probably a good distance in front of me before there's anybody coming. But if you see me turn my brights off, that means there's probably somebody coming the other way that it might not be safe to pass. Look at this Valley View. These guys will wait till we're already halfway through the passing zone before they even decide to try to pass. .39 mile marker. I'll reset my trip C meter at the 40. So I like to do that when if I miss any mile markers or one's missing or something, I still know what mile marker I'm at. If I have to call 911 for anything, like say an incident or whatever, I can tell them exactly where the incident is at. So I've had plenty of occasions where I've had to call 911 to let them know about one thing or another. So always pays to know what milepost you're at or what exit you're by or whatever, or what city. Oh yeah, remember that one night, Delicate, is everybody driving with their brights on, or is it just me? Yeah, it's just the way my phone tries to amplify the light that is coming. Like this first car in front coming at me right now, it's low beams on, but it looks like the one that's 3 vehicles back might have the brights on. The next one coming up looked like it might be a truck because I thought I saw running lights on it. He's got low beams on. Okay, that next one back there looks like it might also be low beams, but they are kind of on the brighter side. I don't know. Those might be high beams, but it's hard to tell. It's a Jeep, no wonder. Jeeps and Toyota Tacomas, I'd say, are the worst offenders of having low beam headlights that are really bright. It's not necessarily from the lights being angled wrong either, it's just they have naturally bright lights on them. I used to have a Tacoma myself, and I did always have problems with a lot of people flashing their brights at me thinking mine were on when they weren't. Big Dune, 1 mile. HP. Alright, see they go for the bait now. Now they're gonna pass. Had an opportunity a long time ago to do it, but you didn't take the bait. He said he was going to be right back. He was on here not long ago. He said be right back. So I assume he'll be back pretty soon. Hey, John. Alright, right here's a turn for Big Dune. Northbound US 95 in between basically where Area 51 Travel Center is and Beatty, Nevada. Echo Sierra, slash ES. That's hopefully, and that should give me the current price for S&P futures. Curious how far down it is. S&P 500 futures is basically what it is. Now the symbol, at least on Ameritrade, is slash ES, or Echo Sierra. Really? That's cool. Yeah, I also trade the S&P futures contracts, so yeah, I'm definitely familiar with CBOE. I forget what exactly it stands for, but it's Chicago. What is it? Board Options Exchange or something like that. Because I also think of CME, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Down 20. Okay, so not that. It's not down that far. It's down, but not that far. Chicago Board Options Exchange. That's what it is. I thought it was either board or bureau or something like that. So what was that like? What kind of stuff did you do for a CBOE? Runner, 2 years clerk, 7 years broker. Okay. When did you stop working for CBOE? How many years ago was it? It was only. Because I know there was a point in time where before online brokerages were a more common thing. Like I opened my Ameritrade account in 2002, but transition to paper, from paper to electronic, it sounds like, very close to the same time I opened my Ameritrade account. Interesting. I don't even remember what got me into it. Because I had started working for the federal government in 2000. I was military, active duty military from 95 to 99. Then I was part-time military in the reserves from 99 to 2000. And then in 2000 I got hired as a full-time dual status civilian and military employee. And I remember I got into my thrift savings plan, or TSP account, which is basically a federal government 401k kind of plan. And I remember I always had an interest in stocks. I just didn't know anything about them, and started wanting to learn, and I got my account opened up in 02. Probably made every mistake in the book. So I've learned a lot from from personal experience, both good and bad. But of course, yeah, that's the best experience you can get, is learning the hard way. A lot of stuff, though. Everything with the Ameritrade interface, because I'm on Ameritrade because I like all the bells and whistles and everything they have at their interface and everything they have to offer on their website. I've seen other online brokerages from friends having their accounts there on other sites, and I'll kind of play around and look at what just research companies or whatever else, and I don't like the arrangement on other sites like E-Trade or USAA. God, that's terrible. And I used to have a Merrill Edge account too, since it was easy, very interactive with Bank of America, which is what I bank through. But I kept getting nailed for basically trying to. You know how the funds have to settle for 3 days before you can mail it. So if you close a position, you get cash back from your position. You have to wait 3 days for the funds to settle before you can trade them again. Trade that money again. Well, at Merrill Edge, it would always kind of give me the impression that I could reinvest the money right away. And it wasn't until I'd already made my next trade when they would flag me, whatever, for trading with unsettled funds or whatever it was, and then they put after I think a few times of doing that, they ended up putting like a 90-day block on me or whatever the hell it was. So I'm like, you know what, this is bullshit. If you guys aren't gonna tell me, or you guys are gonna stupidly make it impossible for me to do it, then I'll just quit using you guys. And I don't like their interface so much anyway. Ameritrade, if my funds are not settled, it'll reject the trade in the first place. I don't have to worry about that. If I don't have settled funds to trade with, they just won't even allow the trade to go through. spread. I know Misha's going to know exactly what I'm talking about here. Okay, so bid-ask spread, there are basically two quote prices. Think about it, whichever price is higher, if you do a market order, and there are different types of orders you can do between buying and selling. A market order is basically you just want to buy the shares, you don't care what price you buy it at, or you don't care what price you sell it at. Just whoever has the share, whoever has the shares available that you want, they'll sell it to you for whatever price is going for it. If you do a market order price, and let's just say if you buy a penny stock that is 45 zone here, we're getting some down. Let's just say it's maybe a 6 cent per share ask price. The bid price might be 3 or 4 cents though. So basically, if the price doesn't move at all, and the share price itself, the quoted price doesn't change, if you do a market order to buy it, you're going to spend 6 cents a share on it. But if the bid-ask spread stays there at 3 and 6, when you go to sell it as a market order, you're going to sell it at 3 cents per share. So you're going to sell it at a 50% loss right off the bat, even though the stock price never even changed. You really got to watch out for that kind of stuff. And yeah, the share price has to go up to up enough to where the bid price will climb up above your the ask price that you bought at, for you to even pull even a cent of profits out of it. So you really got to watch that kind of stuff. Death Valley Inn and RV Park. We're not actually in Death Valley though, but this is a gateway to Death Valley. It's a town with there's a casino up here. If that's the same town I'm thinking of, or maybe it's different. I don't know. Senior Citizen Center. Death Valley Nut and Candy Company. They have an Eddie World here too, huh? Or, yeah. Yeah, they got an Eddie World over in Yermo up on the north end of Barstow. Oh, US 95, turn right. Just in case I need your space there. Yeah, which I will need. Yeah, right up here on the left side's that casino, and there's truck parking over here too. Taking price on screen at moment trade is consummating. Yes. Try and clean your lens. Greasy. You have to wait till I'm stopped before I can do that. I don't think I have any wipes here that don't have lotion on them, so by using my tissues, I use the lotion will probably just add to the problem. Stagecoach, that's what it's called. I still have 2:54 left on my clock. Like I say, I want to get at least half the trip distance. I'm only at 2:26 right now. I want to get at least 2:65 in before I even consider stopping. 36 miles. Tonopah, 93. Okay, so. And Tonopah is an area that I was thinking of for my break, so. Probably do that. 61 mile marker, Nyack County. Buffered when I was talking about spreads. I was talking about that bid-ask spread. Now, a lot of inexperienced investors will just go for penny stocks and not understand how the bid-ask spread works or how illiquid penny stocks are. You got because if you want to buy a share, somebody has to be willing to sell a share for you to get it. There's just not many people trading this stock, then the price is not going to move very much. And with the wider bid-ask spread, it's harder to pull any profit out of penny stock. I also like to tell people that the average company IPOs, becomes public with a share price somewhere in the $15 to $20 per share range. So if a company's in the less than $1 per share range, what's that tell you? That means there's probably something wrong with them, or nobody knows about them. Maybe they have too much of a niche market. It could be well managed, but in too much of a niche market, or something, or just nobody knows enough about them, or whatnot. Or they could be a poorly run company. They might have good products or services, whatever, but not be something people want to use as customers, and if they can't pull profits, then they can't get their share prices up. So I always say, make the safer bet. Go with like a stock index ETF, or at least with a large cap stock, like an S&P 500 company. You can get plenty of performance out of an S&P 500 company. There are companies out there that'll give you 100 and even 200% performance in a single year, which is a lot for a large company. And provide liquidity, yes. Bound by exchange rules. Remember, he has all the power to make the market. Yeah, basically he's talking about the example and to buy it. So, now next time you see a company saying they're going to IPO, on the day of their IPO, watch CNBC in the morning, around 6 a.m. Pacific time or 9 a.m. Eastern time. And if CNBC's covering it, you can get some ideas on just how that whole process works. There's a lot of
Live updates, Iran launches missiles at U.S. military facilities in Iraq, Pentagon confirms. Live updates, Iran launches missiles at U.S. military facilities in Iraq, Pentagon confirms. More. Live updates, Iran launches missiles at U.S. military facilities in Iraq, Pentagon confirms originally appeared on abcnews.go.com. Iran fired multiple missiles into Iraq on Tuesday evening, targeting U.S. military sites in what appeared to be retaliation for the recent American drone strike that killed one of its top generals. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps swiftly took credit, and one Iranian politician tweeted his nation's flag, an apparent swipe at President Donald Trump, who tweeted the American flag after the U.S. killing of Iranian Gen. Qasem Soleimani. Photo, chart shows estimated missile ranges for Iranian weapons. S.H. Shin, AP. More. We warn the Great Satan, the arrogant American regime, that any new invasions and aggression will result in more painful and pounding responses, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps stated. Reporting from Iran, at Martharedat says that Iran's Foreign Minister Javad Zarif did tell her earlier that, as soon as Iran made a retaliatory attack, they would tell the world. They would claim credit for it. It would not be through proxies. pic.twitter.com/snotbos. ABC News, at app January 8, 2020. The recent developments were expected to spark global fear of a U.S. war in the Middle East. Iranian leaders had vowed revenge for the death of Soleimani, who the U.S. has blamed for the recent death of an American military contractor, as well as being behind hundreds of roadside bombs. A Pentagon spokesman estimated that there were more than a dozen missiles launched from Iran beginning at about 5:30 p.m. Est. It is clear that these missiles were launched from Iran and targeted at least 2 Iraqi military bases hosting U.S. military and coalition personnel at Al-Assad and Erbil, wrote Pentagon spokesman Jonathan Hoffman. We are working on initial battle damage assessments, Hoffman added. Photo, this still image from an Islamic Republic of Iran broadcasting video shot January 8, 2020, allegedly shows rockets launched from Iran against the U.S. military base in Ain al-Assad in Iraq. Ho, IRIB, AFP via Getty Images. More. A senior administration official told ABC News, "We are not seeing any American casualties at this moment. However, the situation is still fluid and assessments are ongoing," 2 U.S. officials said. About a quarter of the Iranian ballistic missiles that were fired failed, implying that they were either intercepted by air defenses or missed their targets, the senior administration official said. The U.S. official said there is no activity from Iran at the moment. The president and congressional leadership were briefed immediately after the strikes. White House officials told reporters that the president did not plan to address the nation Tuesday night. We are aware of the reports of attacks on U.S. facilities in Iraq, according to a statement from White House Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham. The president has been briefed and is monitoring the situation closely and consulting with his national security team. While defending the U.S. strike that killed the Iranian general, President Trump reiterated earlier today his threat to respond to any Iranian attacks with overwhelming attacks on behalf of the United States, ABC News at Jonkro reports. pic.twitter.com/whatfor3s. ABC News, at app January 8, 2020. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi being handed a note in the middle of a leadership meeting. Rep. Debbie Dingell, who was present during the meeting, said Pelosi asked the other lawmakers to pray. Pelosi then spoke with Vice President Mike Pence by phone, according to the 2 offices. We must ensure the safety of our service members, including ending needless provocations from the administration and demanding that Iran cease its violence. America and world cannot afford war, Pelosi tweeted. Story continues. Breaking, U.S. officials confirmed to ABC News that a U.S. base in Iraq has come under attack, Adian Panel reports. This is a rapidly developing and dangerous situation. The question everyone will now be asking is, how does the United States respond? pic.twitter.com/xltt7 or capped. ABC News, at app January 7, 2020. An Iranian news outlet, ISNA, dubbed the attack Operation Martyr Soleimani, and said the ground-to-ground missiles were aimed at terrorist and invasive U.S. forces. The body of General Soleimani is being buried now. After taking revenge of his blood, now his body is being buried, according to a statement from Iran to members of the foreign press. The Federal Aviation Administration says U.S. airlines are banned from flying over Iran, Iraq, the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman for now. The notice says the ban is due to heightened military activities and increased political tensions in the Middle East, which present an inadvertent risk to U.S. civil aviation operations due to the potential for miscalculation or misidentification. Photo: a U.S. Marine with 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, assigned to the Special Purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force Crisis Response Central Command 19.2, stands post during the reinforcement of the Baghdad Embassy compound in Iraq, Jan. 4, 2020. SGT. Kyle Talbot, U.S. Marine Corps. More. U.S. government officials have said that Soleimani has long been regarded as an enemy of American security interests, but that past administrations calculated that killing him was not worth the risk, including launching a potential war with Iran. When asked why his calculation was different, resulting in a U.S. drone strike targeting Soleimani as he traveled inside Iraq, Trump and his top aides insisted that he was planning an attack on U.S. service members and diplomats. A small group of senior lawmakers, including Pelosi, were briefed on that intelligence on Tuesday. He was planning a very big attack and a very bad attack, for us, and for other people, Trump told reporters on Tuesday afternoon prior to the missile attack on U.S. sites in Iraq. More, President Trump backs off threat to hit Iranian cultural sites. In a Pentagon briefing Tuesday afternoon, also before the Iranian strikes were launched, Defense Secretary Mark Esper told reporters that the U.S. was ready to defend itself. "I would like to say we are not looking to start a war with Iran. But we are prepared to finish one," Esper said. He said the U.S. wants Iran to sit down with us to begin a discussion about a better way ahead. Photo: President Donald Trump speaks at a hangar rally at Al-Assad Air Base, Iraq. Dec. 26, 2018. Andrew Harnick, AP file. More. Trump visited Al-Assad Air Base in December 2018, his first visit to U.S. troops in a combat zone since becoming president. "We're no longer the suckers, folks," Trump told the service members during the visit, according to the Associated Press. "We're respected again as a nation." More, "We're no longer the suckers," Trump to U.S. troops during first visit to combat zone. "This is a developing story. Check back for updates." ABC News and Flirty, Stephanie Ebbs, Matthew McGarry, Ben Gittleson, Kira Phillips, Somia Malakian and Kurt Radia contributed to this report.
Side of the fence you're on, I don't really care. Just remember one thing, that one little detail there that was given. He is consulting with his his national security staff, security council. Trust me, he got inputs from them on the situation before he made the decision to go after that general in the first place. They had to have briefed him on what was going on there and what the pros and cons were of every option available before he made that decision. There are details there that none of us are privy to. I'm not gonna sugarcoat and say that I'm a big fan of Trump, because I'm not. I do tend to lean right, but I'm not a huge fan of him because of his attitude, the way his arrogance. And I can't necessarily say that I would do things the same way as him if I were president, but I say I'm not in his position. I don't know what he knows, but I don't have access to information that he has access to, and sometimes maybe I'm not one of those guys like, oh yeah, Sean Parker did great in 2016 because of him. Well, he didn't even become he got elected in 2016. He didn't even go into office until January of 2017. And I know things that were going on there economically before and after he got elected that were, where stocks were involved, or it didn't matter if Obama was in office or him. The economy cycles naturally on its own. Ed break because I have to wait for my recaps to roll in. So no matter what, I'll be live streaming at least another 4.5 hours. Probably be a little bit closer to 5 if you include the wind down and close out and chit chat while I'm parked or whatever kind of stuff. And I anticipate finding a full parking lot when I get over there. So figured I'll just I can hang out in the because I'm gonna be doing a 34-hour reset anyway. So I can afford to camp out there wherever just wherever I can fit, and just wait for someone to leave a spot and then get into a spot. Yeah.
Oil jumps as Iran rocket strike on U.S. forces jolts markets. By Aaron Sheldrick. Tokyo, Reuters. Oil prices jumped to their highest in months on Wednesday after Iran attacked American forces in Iraq in response to a U.S. strike that killed an Iranian general last week, raising the specter of a...
Hey Charlie, no, I'm not on I-15. I never was. This is US 95 heading northbound. I'm going to be stopping in Tonopah, Nevada for my break. For a 30-minute break, or 35, whatever it is, for me to get my recaps. Las Vegas, Reno. Gosh, well, I should have the buffering done now.
Tokyo, Reuters. Oil prices jumped to their highest in months on Wednesday after Iran attacked American forces in Iraq in response to a U.S. strike that killed an Iranian general last week, raising the specter of a spiraling conflict and disrupted oil supplies. But prices cooled a fraction after the early heat as analysts said market tension could ease as long as oil production facilities remain unaffected by attacks. Brent crude futures rose $1.56, or 2.3%, to $69.83 by around 02:07 GMT, after earlier rising to $71.75, the highest since mid-September 2019. West Texas Intermediate crude futures climbed $1.25, or 2%, to $63.95 a barrel. It earlier reached a high of $65.85, the most since late April last year. Iran's missile attack on U.S.-led forces in Iraq came early on Wednesday, hours after the funeral of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the country's elite Quds force killed in a U.S. drone stroke on Jan. 3. Tehran fired more than a dozen ballistic missiles from Iranian territory against at least 2 Iraqi military bases hosting U.S.-led coalition personnel, the U.S. military said on Tuesday. Sirens were heard and American helicopters were seen flying over Iraq's Ain al-Assad Air Base in Anbar province early on Wednesday, according to Iraqi broadcaster Al Mayadeen. "We are working on initial battle damage assessments," Pentagon spokesman Jonathan Hoffman said in statement, adding that the bases targeted were at Al-Assad Air Base and another in Erbil, Iraq. Reporting by Aaron Sheldrick, additional reporting by Yuko Bayashi, editing by Chris.
Prices, which is actually what some of the companies, these are the number of the companies, get hurt. So, because as long as it doesn't have too much of a downward effect on demand, it's actually a good thing for them, not bad. Find the oil into whatever form they need it for, whether it's diesel. Right at 270 miles driven, so a little more than halfway to Fernley now. I think we got about 40 or so to get to Tonopah. So it should take about 35, maybe 40 minutes to get there. I'm not sure the exact mileage, but it should be in that ballpark. Dodgers have signed right-handed pitcher Jimmy Nelson to a one-year contract.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Are serial killers revered in prison or held in contempt? E.J. Hammond, true crime author of Confessions of a Bundy File 2009 present. Answer views. I think the best person to have answered this question would have been Jeffrey Dahmer, but alas, he was allowed in general population, at his request, and was murdered by another inmate, Christopher Scarver. I've heard rumors that Ted Bundy was gang raped on Florida's death row, but of course, he never admitted it. Most killers are put into isolation to ensure that other inmates don't kill them because there are a lot of vigilantes in prisons. It's true that even criminals have moral codes, and people who harm children and women, with Dahmer, his victims were people of color, are generally seen as the lowest of the low. The criminals who are revered tend to be white-collar criminals like financial advisors and lawyers. Even Ted Bundy had his fans scam people for over 4 years. A great deal of mafiosi are also admired for being able to get things their fellow prisoners want. 1.9K views. View 10 upvoters. About the author. E.J. Hammond. Avid reader, dedicated writer. True crime author of Confessions of a Bundy File 2009 present. BA from University of North Carolina at Greensboro, graduated 1998. Careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 2 of 92. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Are serial killers revered in prison or held in contempt? Ron Larson, lives in Encinitas, CA 2018 present. Answered December 13, 2019. Author has 2.7K answers and 2.5 meters answer views. I can't imagine any serial killer lasting long in a prison if left exposed to the general population. Why would they tolerate someone who hunted, tortured, and murdered? There is a moral code within inmate populations, and these guys would have violated many of them. The only people that might revere them are people just as sick. And those people too would be held in contempt. So the serial killer would be a giant among midgets, none of whom normal inmate give two shits about. Richard Speck managed to survive decades in prison by being turned out. In other words, he was there to be abused at the pleasure of whomever owned him within the inmate population. He certainly wasn't revered or respected. Richard Speck, Wikipedia. I realized that Speck actually isn't a serial killer. He murdered 686 views. View 7 upvoters. About the author. Ron Larson. Trying to pay attention. Lives in Encinitas, CA 2018 present. 2.5 meters content views 84.7K this month. Published writer HuffPost. View one other answer to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 3 of 92. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Are serial killers revered in prison or held in contempt? Ron Larson, lives in Encinitas, CA 2018 present. Answered December 13, 2019. Author has 2.7K answers and 2.5 meters answer views. I can't imagine any serial killer lasting long in a prison if left exposed to the general population. Why would they? Article 4 of 92.
Better not be about serial killers again.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What are some interesting facts about wild animals? Faith Paul, studying conservation with a minor in zoology. Answered April 17, 2018. Author has 368 answers and 6.7 meters answer views. Here are 4 of my favorite wild animal facts. 1. Sharks can detect electrical fields. Blood isn't the only thing that attracts sharks.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Some cartilaginous fish are equipped with a special sensory organ called the ampullae of Lorenzini. Electrical currents are then transported through the water by sodium and chlorine ions, making it possible for any shark within range to register. Some sharks, such as hammerheads, are able to detect an animal that is completely buried by sand. It's for this reason, as well as a couple other senses that are unique to sharks, that the eyes of a shark are disproportionately small to the rest of its body. Sharks' electroreception. 2. Whales have accents. A 6-year study on sperm whales found that codas recognize each other by the sound of their clicks. Despite different communities developing patterns all their own, a few years recognize a member of their community or an outsider. Sperm whales speak in accents. 3. Pescatarian wolves. In some places, such as Vancouver Island, shorelines are occupied by very unique packs of wolves. Despite that beach terrain is completely foreign to most wolves, coastal wolves have nearly perfected life in an untraditional environment. Instead of hunting bison or caribou, coastal wolves go fishing. Literally. These amazing swimmers have been recorded more than 7 miles out at sea. They swim from island to island, eating dead sea creatures or hunting fish, clams, other sea-dwelling animals, and even otters. Up to 90% of their diet comes from the ocean, and genetically, they are different from other wolves. There are 2 iconic species of elephants, the Indian elephant's ear, larger app-wise. There is also difference of the trunk. African elephants have now. Elevation 5690. Trucks, engines, off when parked, 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. That's 1 mile. Tonopah, Texaco. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I plan on stopping for my break. Right side of the road, right there on the south end of Tonopah. Franklin Avenue. Something.
25 miles to go to Tonopah. Buffering for a little bit there. I don't know if, just in case you guys are not caught up, I just got past the town of Goldstone or whatever the hell it's called. Whatever. About 25 or so miles south of Tonopah. Or I forget the name of that town. Gold something. Main shift ahead. Use caution. I just want to know when I get back up to 70 miles an hour. Trucks entering and exiting the highway next 9 miles. Don't tell me I'm going to have to spend that much time doing 40. Because I'm not interested. I might see an end construction sign right up here. Hope that's what I'm seeing. Yes, end road mark. Back to 70 I go. Silver Peak 25 off this turn right here. Don't know what road it is, but it goes to Alkali and Silver Peak.
Pentagon, Iran launched more than a dozen missiles at bases in Iraq housing U.S. troops. Washington, Iran fired more than a dozen missiles at U.S. troops and coalition forces at 2 bases in Iraq on Tuesday, an apparent retaliation for a U.S. drone strike days earlier that killed one of Tehran's most powerful officials, Qasem Soleimani. Though the extent of the damage was not immediately clear, the attack represented a major escalation of tension between Tehran and Washington that had already been boiling over for months. Both President Donald Trump and Iranian officials have threatened further reprisals if either side attacks. Trump announced on Twitter he would make a statement on the attack Wednesday. All is well. Missiles launched from Iran at 2 military bases located in Iraq, Trump posted to Twitter late Tuesday night. Assessment of casualties and damages taking place now. So far, so good. We have the most powerful and well-equipped military anywhere in the world, by far. I will be making a statement tomorrow morning. All is well. Missiles launched from Iran at 2 military bases located in Iraq. Assessment of casualties and damages taking place now. So far, so good. We have the most powerful and well-equipped military anywhere in the world, by far. I will be making a statement tomorrow morning. Donald J. Trump, at Real Donald Trump, January 8, 2020. There was no initial indication of casualties, according to a U.S. official speaking to USA Today on the condition of anonymity. Still, the official described the attack as massive, and cautioned that the assessment was made in the pre-dawn hours in Iraq on Wednesday. It appears a hangar might have been damaged at the Ain Assad Air Base, the official said. Troops stationed at that base did have advance warning of incoming missiles, so they were able to scramble for cover, the official said. They've been practicing drills for some time. The early warning system worked, the official said. White House officials said Trump was briefed on the strike and lawmakers on Capitol Hill expressed alarm at the developments, which have put the U.S. closer to open conflict with a longtime foe in one of the world's most volatile regions. It is clear that these missiles were launched from Iran and targeted at least 2 Iraqi military bases hosting U.S. military and coalition personnel at Al-Assad and Erbil, Pentagon spokesman Jonathan Hoffman said Tuesday. As we evaluate the situation and our response, we will take all necessary measures to protect and defend U.S. personnel, partners, and allies in the region, Hoffman added. Pentagon officials were reviewing reports from Iraq and weighing a response, a senior U.S. defense official speaking on the condition of anonymity told USA Today. The official called initial reports fragmentary but said some damage appeared likely. Both Trump and Vice President Mike Pence were briefed on the attacks, the White House said. The president was not expected to address the nation on Tuesday. Ain Assad Air Base is located in western Iraq and it was used by American forces after the 2003 U.S.-led invasion that toppled dictator Saddam Hussein. It houses about 1,500 U.S. and coalition forces. Trump made a surprise visit to Ain Assad over in late 2018 and delivered remarks about the fight against the Islamic State. The Erbil base, which the Pentagon said was the site of another attack, is located in Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill said they were alarmed but said they are still gathering information about the extent of the attack. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was gathered with Democrats discussing the impeachment proceedings against Trump in the House agenda when a staff member brought in a note informing her of the strike. Pelosi paused, told members what had happened and said, "We've got to pray," according to Rep. Debbie Dingell, D-Mich, who was present for the meeting.
It's good to hear the troops had early warning system, keeping them alert and prepared for it.
trailer involved in fiery crash on I-40 in Forsyth County, myfox8.com. Please enable JavaScript to watch this video. Forsyth County, NC. A tractor trailer was involved in a fiery crash on Interstate 40 on Tuesday afternoon.
Alright, sir, have a good night.
The crash happened on westbound I-40 near exit 182 for Harper Road around 3:45 p.m. Forsyth County Dispatch said a tractor trailer lost control, hit the inside barrier and caught fire. No injuries were reported. The westbound lanes of I-40 were closed for several hours but have since reopened. Please enable JavaScript to watch this video. Filed in News. Topics: Crash. Suggest a correction. Times. Suggest a correction. Your name. Your email. Report a typo or grammatical error. Cancel. Facebook. Twitter. Pinterest. Reddit. Email. SMS. Neighborhoods that are unwelcoming. Police on traffic stops or on domestic calls. Residents calling 911 on the police. A possibility of getting hit by stray rounds falling on your head because everyone likes to shoot guns in the air. Never having any witness to a crime that is willing to come forward to speak with the police. Residents who feel their adult and teen children being involved in drug sales is a respectable career. Being regarded as the bad guy when you show up on a domestic call. I'm sure I can think of more, given more time. 55 views. View 2 upvoters. About the author. Zandor Zollner. Worked at Hell Incorporated 1900 present. 2.7 meters content views 158.5k this month. View one other answer to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app.
10 miles of
Article 2 of 87. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As a cop, what's the best excuse given from someone speeding that turned out to be true? Dave Pink, retired after 30 plus years as a British copper 2013 present. Answered December 8th. Matter if the reason is not always. I've had women in tears telling a sob story. Except the tears magically stopped as soon as I started to write the ticket. I've also had many people just take what they have been given and accept it. Hell, I've even had a few that have taken the result offered, and only later I've found out something which, if I'd been told at the time, would have ended without putting pen to paper. Anyway, you want a story, so here is one. I was working early turn, 0700-1500, at Almondsbury Motorway Unit on Christmas Day, 1992. As was that standard policy, at the beginning and end of every shift, regardless of whatever else we went to during the simple length sweep of our designated patrol route to ensure that there are no breakdowns, obstructions, debris or notable damage on the stretch of motorway. This was before the days of mobile phones, in general use, and breakdowns relied on someone walking to the nearest emergency phone and calling it in. Which is fine as long as it isn't an incapacitated occupant, etc., etc. Now, Christmas Day is pretty quiet on the UK motorways. Whilst many people will visit family on Boxing Day, the 25th of December is generally a bit slow, except the obvious going to lunch traffic. We had been allocated the M4 motorway between J18, Wiltshire border, and the Severn Bridge. So, we set off for our route check, expecting to be back at the station for breakfast, another Christmas Day expectation. In about 45 minutes with everything quiet. We got to J18, turned around on the roundabout and started down the slipway heading back west. Anyone who knows this area will know that it is one of the longest slip roads in the UK, and descending a bit of a hill, leading to a lovely stretch of motorway where you can see for miles with a few up-down stretches, known locally as the Big Dipper, with no turnings for 8 miles. Basically, a pretty good place to go fast if you want to, and the weather is good. We had nearly got to the actual carriageway, but were not visible to cars on the motorway, when we saw a silver car fly straight through the junction on the motorway in lane 2. He was going pretty quickly, so we got a speed check on him using Vascar as we accelerated to catch up. Or try to. We were in a Vauxhall Senator, with a top speed of 145 miles per hour and he was getting away. Vascar showed his speed to be 152 miles per hour, so it was clear that we wouldn't catch him if he carried on. However, as we got to the end of the dipper, he slowed right down, and by the time he was 1 mile before J19 we were gaining significantly. He came off at the junction, and we had caught him up by now doing a nice, sensible and sedate 60 miles per hour. When he saw us, he pulled onto the hard shoulder, now on the M32 towards Bristol, and stopped. We never even got a chance to put the lights on until we were stationary. He walked back to our car, and just climbed into the back seat. We had the usual conversation about, how fast were you going? And his reply was, I have no idea, I was concentrating on looking at the road ahead as it was way over the limit and I wanted to stay safe. I showed him the display on the Vascar and he was surprised as his car, Jaguar XJS, had a published top speed of 155. He had got it as a Christmas present, and knew that this was the only time, road, weather conditions that he would ever get to try it out. He was mortified, and knew that his license, and therefore possibly his job, and consequently his home etc., were disappearing before his very eyes. He stoically accepted full responsibility, but as is the usual procedure, we needed to explain exactly how our speed detection equipment operated, and how it is proven to be accurate. UK law procedure requires corroboration of speed in order to prosecute. This is often done by a qualified officer thinking he's going a bit quick, backed up with either following at a matched speed and observing our calibrated speedometer, or by using Vascar, laser, Munich whip or other device. Or by an admission of speed by the offending driver. Okay, so we both thought he's going a bit quick, but as we couldn't get to a static following speed, we couldn't use our speedo to prove it. The driver couldn't say how fast he was going, so we only had Vascar. The driver was clearly worried, especially as we explained how the system had been calibrated less than half an hour previously in identical weather conditions. However, the only problem with Vascar is that it is a glorified stopwatch and tape measure, with no memory function, and once the display is cleared, it is gone forever. Which is exactly what happened when my college accidentally demonstrated the switches on the unit. Now, we had no proof of an offense, so all we could really do was to wish the driver a Merry Christmas, and return for our breakfast. Obviously, if there had been any other cars about, or the weather was poor, or the driving standard wasn't observed to be good, then things would have been very different. 10.5 kVs. U404 upvoters.
I'm almost at a point I'm going to be stopping. My damn Qualcomm decided it wants to shut off. Wait for this stupid thing to boot up just so I can change my status. Let's see, there gonna be any open parking there for me? If not, I can always, let's see. Yep, there are spots open over there. No problem. Degrees here. Tonopah. Alright, so I'm just going to do a 30-minute break here. I can't even change my status because this stupid thing's rebooting on me. I've done just a hair short of 320 miles so far, and should be about 530 total, so it should be about 210 miles out from Fernley or somewhere in the ballpark there. So it's gonna be at least another 3-hour drive plus my my half-hour or so break. I think it's gonna be a little more than half an hour. Just got to see what kind of clock I have to work with. Once the thing ever comes online, it allows me to change my status. Because now I'm sitting here burning drive time that when I'm not even driving because I can't get my status. Now it's finally up. Okay, so it'll just be about 30. Hurry up already. Just let me change my damn status. Alright. Okay, I have looks like 126 left on my clock. Yeah, I'll have to wait till, let's see, it's right about 8 o'clock now, so about 8:35, 8:40-ish, when I get back on, get rolling again. That way I can roll into my recaps, which get almost 10 hours back, but I'm only going to need about an hour and a half of it, somewhere in that ballpark. So, and I'm going to run in, I get a drink refill, restroom break, and all that kind of stuff, and leave this. I'll leave the phone up here, and so you have some kind of viewing entertainment of some sort, whatever. And I shall return. if you're eating, how do you not sit in the driver's seat when I'm on my break? almost ready to leave here. Let me see if I can get this lens. You guys, a couple of you guys have talked about the lens being or seeming to be smeared. Let me see if I can fix that. I mean, my tissues are all with lotion, so I can't really use that. Let's see. I'm gonna have to. There it is. All right, how's that? Any better? Seems like I might be better. Alright. Okay, so yeah, I'm done with my 30-minute break here. Or it's now 40 minutes. I wanted to make sure I may have the ability to roll into my recaps. So I only have an hour and 26 left on my 70-hour clock right now, and I gotta wait for my recap. I had to take a long enough break where I can get into my recaps and just drive right into them. And at 126, basically 8:34 local time would have been the earliest I've been able to get rolling, but just to make sure there's no risk of me having an HOS violation, for going in the negative on my 70, even for just a minute. Because sometimes it doesn't actually give me the recaps right at the exact, right on top of the hours. So, and I'll get my hours back at 2200 local time, which is an hour and 22 minutes from now. So I usually give it an extra about 5-minute buffer or something around that, just to be sure. Alright, I'm about ready to roll here. Like I say, I plan to end my shift somewhere in Fernley. I haven't decided yet. Probably pilot, although I'm half tempted to stop at Love's because I do need to get a trailer brake light changed. It lights up, but it doesn't light bright when the brakes are applied, so I really should get that looked at. Make sure this is... I want to make sure it's centered and straight as much as I can. Okay. Alright, so if you weren't here when I first parked here, I mentioned I have about, I think 210 or so, or 210 miles. Let me double check. About 210 is what I'm expecting between here and Fernley. Somewhere in the ballpark, so it'll be at least a 3-hour drive. She added a little bit longer time because there will be some towns I'll have to go slower through. Like Fallon and Hawthorne and what else? And I won't be able to do 70 miles an hour through those towns or cities, so I would plan on it taking at least a good 315 or so. So just like I was expecting before I started driving, I figured I'd be in Fernley somewhere around midnight local time. Yeah, just to get through Fernley and, I mean not Fernley, but I'm in Tonopah right now. I just left the Texaco truck stop on the south end of town. Tonopah, elevation 6,030. Hill. Alright, US 95 straight ahead. Eli, turn right. And 6 to Bishop and Reno, straight ahead. So 6 east is turning right here, and then 6 west follows 95 a short distance. See, it's tilted again, isn't it? Belvada Hotel. I wonder how a town this small could have a hotel that big. I like this. I like driving through this city, town, whatever you want to call it. best pizza in the world I had there. And so they had some kind of protein, and got it from a little personal pizza that they had there. Not the greatest by any stretch. Several looks to see all that though. So you decided the place was not for you or was for you? Because you said that it was for you on that other line there. But I get the impression you meant to say that was not the place for you. Concerns, Sacramento would definitely be a better place. Bitch, I bet you do have a lot of stories to tell. Maybe trying to find another driver to drive his JCT truck for him. Because I think he wants to try and pay that truck off. And clear what exactly the concern he has with JCT. Here dropped pretty quickly to 30 degrees. It's about 38 when I was doing my brake in Tonopah. And I've only driven about 15 or so miles. I can do 70 miles an hour across the majority of it. Fernley, but I plan to take 95 straight up to 50 and then take 50 across to the 80. If I start in Fernley and head actually even more than 1,000. Going to the Walmart DC in Sparks or McCarran. Chance I'll be going through Sacramento on my way to my next pickup after this one, but depends on. I can't guarantee I'll end up stopping in Sacramento. There's a possibility I might even pick up my next load over here in Yerington, which I could actually go right through on the way to Fernley if I take the other route. But most of the time I do deadhead back into California for my reload. Have a concern though that I think Donner Pass is expecting more snow in the next couple days, so they might put chain controls in effect there, and yeah, that might make me have to chain up if I want to get over there. Is it? I forget.
Ukrainian plane carrying 180 passengers crashed outside Tehran airport, Iran state media Fox News 1 hour ago. A Ukrainian airplane carrying 180 people, including passengers and crew, crashed Wednesday morning shortly after takeoff near the airport in Tehran, according to Iranian state-run television. There was no immediate information about casualties, according to the Associated Press. The state TV report said the plane had taken off from the Imam Khomeini International Airport. Mechanical issues were blamed. Social media posts suggested the plane was en route to Kiev. An investigation team was at the site of the crash in southwestern outskirts of Tehran, civil aviation spokesman Reza Jafarzadeh said. The crash came hours after Iran launched a ballistic missile attack targeting 2 bases in Iraq housing U.S. forces in retaliation for the killing of Revolutionary Guard Gen. Qasem Soleimani. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. In Uber, Lyft drivers, what is the single most entitled example of PAX you've ever had? Sean Erickson, driver at Uber Drivers and driving for Uber 2017 present. Answer, December 13, 2019 author has 389 answers and 53.4k answer views. One passenger I was going to pick up was an older generation lady. She was dressed really classy. I pulled up to her curb and she was standing at her door with a piece of luggage. After I pulled up, she didn't move. I rolled the window down and verified I was picking her up. She responded back with an attitude saying I need to come grab her bag for her. Order in black. I canceled her ride and left. If she was nicer and really needed help, I would have helped her. So to not get a bad rating from her, which I knew was gonna happen, I canceled. 378 views. View 3 upvoters. About the author. Sean Erickson. Installer at Concrete Resurfacing 2017 present. Studied horticulture at Clover Park Technical College, graduated 2016. Lives in San Jose, California. 53.4k content views, 2.9k this month. View question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 2 of 85. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. How can I find dedicated commercial truck drivers and keep them? What makes a truck driver want to stay with a company? Emery Larrick, truck driver, 15 years. Answered December 13, 2019 author has 2.1k answers and 2.3 meters answer views.
Pretty simple. What would you
Nothing
want,
could be easier,
what would you want
particularly when you consider what you're competing with. Which trucking companies keep drivers? Which, in fact, often have waiting lists, while the overwhelming majority of trucking companies have turnover rates in excess of 100%. Union trucking companies, and the few non-union trucking companies that compete with them. All you have to do is imitate them: higher pay, better benefits, guaranteed home time, never screw drivers out of pay or home time. You might take home a little less, but in the long run, you'll be better able to keep your customers happy and build your business. Greed is always short-sighted. What makes a driver quit? In most cases, I would say the realization that what they're going through is just not worth it. Truck driving jobs are a dime a dozen. Why should they put up with anything? But when I think about my job, I know damn well I couldn't do any better. I have the best insurance that can be had in this country. I have a pension to look forward to now, where before, I assumed I would have to die behind the wheel. I can afford a new car, and many other things. I'm my own man on the road. Nobody bothers me as long as I'm doing my job. At other companies, I had to watch payroll like a hawk because every week it was something. They nickel and dimed me so much that it just wore me out. My pay is always right at this job. They never argue about so-called extra pay. I put in for it, they pay the amount of time I requested. Other companies always tried to screw me out of some part of it. Same with home time. They'd keep me out for weeks, and when I finally got home, they didn't want to give me my earned home time. That never happens where I'm at now. Ever. They won't be able to pry me out of this job until my pension is built up enough. 80 views. View 1 upvoter. Answer requested by Jimmy Thomas. About the SE terms contact. Open an app. Article 3 of 85. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What are some of the most unusual ways people were caught cheating on their partner? Rudy Triana, lives in Northport, Florida, 2019-present. Updated December 12, 2019. Upvoted by Sarang Raut, business analyst at Extentia, Mobile Cloud and Design, 2017-present. Author has 270 answers and 965.6k answer views. This cheating scandal is definitely one that takes the cake. They even synchronized their watches so they can view and see each other's progress, serving as a daily form of motivation and progress. No, he didn't buy Jane a Peloton. One day, Jane was at her boyfriend's home decorating his house with balloons a day ahead so she could surprise him for his birthday, but things went south real quick when she began to notice unusual activity being shown on her synced-up Fitbit watch. As she waited for a long time, wondering where had her boyfriend vanished to, Jane noticed that her boyfriend's Fitbit showed increased physical activity at 4 a.m. She then got panicked and began texting and calling. As soon as she saw the readings, Jane eventually figured out that he wasn't enrolled in a fitness class at 4 a.m., he was caught clearly cheating on her with someone else. He failed to return any calls and texts. A guilty conscience speaks. Numbers. 283.6k views. View 14.4k upvoters. View shares. About the author. Rudy Triana. Don't trust decaf drinkers, they never get anything done. Founder at Foratellis.com, 2019-present. Studied at Southwest Florida College. Lives in Northport, Florida, 2019-present. 966.1k content views, 412.6k this month. No Spanish. In other languages. In Spanish. Cool son algunas de las formas más inusuales de atrapar a las personas engañando a su pareja. In Italian. Quali sono alcuni modi inusuali con cui qualcuno ha scoperto di essere tradito dalla partner. In Portuguese. Qual é a maneira mais incomum que alguém foi pego traindo seu parceiro? In Hindi. View 9 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 4 of 85. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What are soldiers' first time experience on a battlefield? Phil Cravens, former Vietnam vet. With the 101st Airborne. Updated December 10, 2018. Upvoted by Rich Keen, served in USMC 67-71 Da Nang VN 1969. U.S. Army 86-93, Somalia 93, and Joel Postma, in the Navy twice. First as an avionics technician. The second time as a Seabee. Originally answered, what is it like for a soldier the first time you are in combat? The first time I was in combat on May 21, 1969, we were ambushed by a reinforced company of NBA. At first, I was outside of the horseshoe ambush. After hearing others being shot, the screams, guys I knew begging for help, seeing friends wounded with multiple gunshot wounds. Because it was a grab us by the belt, we were unable to call artillery or air support. I couldn't stand it anymore. So I volunteered with a group of others to attack the enemy bunkers. While low crawling as quiet as I could, but my heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. I could almost swear everyone else could hear it. I had to take a very short time out to get control of my heart. It was beating so darn hard. I had made the decision to help and I was determined to see it through. After we got close to one of their bunkers, 5 of us got online to assault it. As we were up and firing, the person on my right had the muzzle of his M16 very close to my ear and cut loose on full automatic. I went down to the ground because my head was hurting so bad. Because of that, my brain felt rattled and I couldn't hear. I had the worst headache in my life. After that, it seemed like I was in a dreamlike state. The next time we assaulted, 2 guys on either side of me went down with serious gunshot wounds. I have no idea why I wasn't hit with them. We finally knocked out the bunker with rifles and grenades. After the fight and we were recovering the wounded, we carried them almost a half-mile. After we arrived at the LZ, I saw guys I knew and friends shot up, sucking chest wounds. One of our machine gunners was missing several fingers and 2 bullet wounds to his penis. I felt that my inability to hear was minor compared to what I saw. The shakes began as soon as we medevac the last of the wounded. I didn't think the shakes would ever end. When we arrived at our NDP, I still had to do watch while not being able to hear. I did blow a claymore mine that night. It was so close to our position, the people in the CP thought a mortar round had hit us. Terrified most of the day and that night. The next day we had to recover our dead, our friends. They were so full of life the day before. Now they were lifeless bodies covered with flies and had a sickly sick odor from the decomposing of their bodies. I felt the need to tell the complete story. Thank you for the upvotes. 44.9k views. View 2.8k upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Phil Cravens. Former Vietnam vet. With the 101st Airborne. 0 to 0. 3 years accounting and business MGT. Southwestern Oklahoma State University. Lived in Boise, ID 0-0. 50.2k content views, 2.6k this month. View 8 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 5 of 85. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Have you ever known someone who supported the police only to have a negative experience with a police officer that changed their mind? Brian Morgan, B.S. Safety and Business, Montana College of Mineral Science and Technology, 1983. Updated January 13, 2019. Upvoted by Sarang Rao, Business Analyst at Extentia, Mobile Cloud and Design, 2017 present, and Olivia Deborah Lagateras La Rosa, JD. Law and International Trade Law, University of California, Hastings College of the Law, 2004. Author has 1.1k answers and 759k answer views. Originally answered, have you ever known someone that supported the police only to have a negative experience with a police officer that changed their mind? Yes, myself. The FBI came to my home one day in an attempt to question my wife. My wife and her ex-husband had bought a home prior to their divorce. They lost it because the property agents had lied to them and to a lot of other people. The federal agency didn't know this yet, so they thought she was a suspect. Here is where the problem began. We were both peace officers. I had worked all night, and my wife was at work. I went to bed at 7:30 a.m. They showed up about 8:10. I woke up to a huge 6 feet 4 inches federal agent knocking at my door. As soon as I opened it, he shoved his badge in my face, identified himself, and told me he needed to talk to my wife. I asked him why. He told me it was none of my business. His entire tone and attempt to intimidate me were unnecessary. It pissed me off. I asked him to wait, closed the door, went and got my badge, walked back, opened the door, identified myself by putting my badge in his face, and asked what he wanted with my wife because it was my business. He said something about doing it the hard way. A threat. I was now ready to do it the hard way. He demanded to know where she was. I told him I had to know why. I did. I can't associate with criminals and had to report it ASAP to a supervisor. He told me he would be back. Another threat. I came out the door, and his partner pulled him back. She then told him they would contact her another way. He is standing there giving me stank eye. She says she will contact her at work. I told her that would be a good idea. There was no need to try to intimidate me. My wife met with them, told them what happened and was cleared. The agent asked her what my problem was. My wife told them 0.3k views. View 6k upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Brian Morgan. Retired peace officer, criminal justice instructor. Former retired deputy sheriff at Fresno County, CA 1985-2004. B.S. Safety and Business, Montana College of Mineral Science and Technology, graduated 1983. 759k content views, 165.5k this month. In other languages. In Spanish. Alguna vez has conocido a alguien que solía apoyar a la policía solo para tener una experiencia negativa con un oficial de policía y cambiar su opinión? View 19 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 6 of 85. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What percentage of convicted criminals would have avoided conviction had they only exercised their Fifth Amendment right to remain silent? Garland Ragland, criminal justice and prison reform advocate. Answered December 14, 2019. Author has 427 answers and 2.3 meters answer views. It's higher than you think. Most accused criminals, if they go to trial, never take the stand for this reason. Their lawyer would never have it. However, the problem is most of the time people don't know they're going to get in trouble, so they say something stupid before they get a lawyer. Simply put, never talk to the police. Don't say anything. Even if you think it's nothing, don't say it. You'll be surprised how easily you can incriminate yourself. Sometimes it's the littlest thing. The problem is that people are naturally not rude. If someone talks to them, they want to talk back. There's this idea that if they're nice to the police, they'll be nice back, or, moreover, that maybe they can outsmart the police or throw them off the trail. You can't. You won't. The police are trained master manipulators and interrogators. They're trained to think you're their buddy, their pal. They just want your help. You nothing to worry about. It's all lies. I know. They did it to me. Looking back, it's actually impressive how good at that they are. There's so many little things they do when they talk to you. Their entire goal is to get you to self-incriminate. I can also tell you someone specific I'm pretty sure may have never been convicted if they had just kept their mouths shut. Me. At first they didn't even know I existed. All they had was a name on the account, an account belonging to my father. The reason is when I committed my crime I was 17 and 18 years old. I was still living at home. They didn't even know I existed. In what was perhaps the worst timing of my life, I was staying at my parents' for the week while I was looking for a place to live. I had just finished a job that had me traveling constantly, so I'd never needed a place of my own. But now that was over and I was settling into a more local job. That's when the knock came at the door. It was 4 federal agents in full SWAT gear. Suddenly, there were 8 more walking around the house. It was early in the morning, about 7 a.m., and I was still asleep. They sat me down on the couch, questioned me. I played dumb at first. At first, I honestly was totally confused as to why they were there until they told me. They probably saw it in my eyes. Then I said, I'm the only one that really used that account. It just came out. Next thing I knew, they pulled me into my bedroom, 4 of them, to have a private chit-chat. It was classic police interrogation techniques. I denied everything. I should have said, I don't feel comfortable having this conversation. I want a lawyer. I didn't. Would you be willing to take a polygraph? One asked. No, I said. Why not? Because I've read things about how they're not accurate. What have you read? Different articles. I didn't have an answer for this. For the record, I now know polygraphs are total BS for certain. Oh. Well, see, I know some of the people who wrote those articles, and they just don't know what they're talking about. They left, but not before taking computers, media, etc. with them. Months passed. I heard nothing. I continued on with my life. Those computers were old. It had been years. I felt I was fine. Either way, there was nothing to tie me to any of it. Right. Then in April, I was getting ready to go to work at my new place and there was a knock at the door. It was the two lead agents, in suits this time. The fact they knew where I lived even though they had never been there should tell you something. I invited them in, like an idiot. I offered them something to drink, like an idiot. They refused, of course. I was in a suit and tie for work. I felt kinda in control. You also have to understand I felt more at ease now. Like I could talk my way out of it. I'd been rehearsing this for months. I never contacted a lawyer. Never talked to one. I should have. They would have told me not to say another word. That I was an idiot if I tried to talk my way out of it. But the idea of hiring a lawyer made it too real. Like a total moron, I didn't think I needed one. It would have been easy too. I'm sorry, guys, but I talked to a lawyer and he said I shouldn't talk to you again without him in the room. I guess I just thought, or at least hoped, it would all go away. The agents had a big binder with them. This was everything they had so far, which turned out mostly to be the forensics for the computer they took. Looking back now, I know they had literally nothing to incriminate me. That's why they were there, but they didn't show that. They came in confident and acting like they had me dead to rights. But Garland, we know. Garland, look at this. I didn't crack. I don't recall, was a phrase I don't use a lot. Garland, we need to get to the bottom of this, okay? We're going to find out one way or another, so this I don't recall stuff. They also said, Garland, just so you know, no one is going to jail today, okay? ... quote. That one always stood out to me. They also tried the guilt trip on me. Really laid into me for a solid minute. That didn't work either. It was my stupidity that got me in the end. As a funny aside, the entire time there was a loaded gun I'd been cleaning the light before sitting on my kitchen table, right in my reach, pointed right at them. That's how much they knew I wasn't the type. When they'd raided my parents' place, they'd taken all the guns and put them together until they left. I should have kept my mouth shut when they talked to me, but I didn't think I was a bad person. I didn't want them to think that either. I thought they'd help me, that's how they made it sound. I can't tell you how not worried I am about you, one said. In the back of my head, I knew I was in big trouble, so I wanted to try to talk my way out of it. Even when I suggested maybe I should talk to a lawyer, they got up immediately and one said, if you want to talk to a lawyer before we talk, that's your choice. That could have been it. There was no, oh, come on Garland, lawyers just complicate things, crap like you see in the movies. These guys were too good for that cliche. They knew how it would make them sound. But I told them it was fine. You see, ultimately I thought I should give them something before they left. Make them think I was cooperating. That I was innocent. That I had nothing to hide. Also, to throw them off of my trail. This opportunity presented itself, or so I thought, when they asked me about a specific email. I was probably pretty convincing in my denial of not knowing the email at the time too, not only because he mispronounced it but because I didn't make the connection of its significance immediately. I don't know what that is, I said honestly. Well, what are some emails you use? So I rattled some off. 2 were ones I used, including my regular personal email, and 2 I just made up that were variations of old emails I used long ago. And there, unwittingly, I had incriminated myself. I had given them the piece of the puzzle they needed. I didn't know it at the time. They didn't even know it at that time. That's why you keep your mouth shut. Had I not done that, it's possible they would have never had enough to bring me up on charges. I walked them to their car. We chatted casually now. Here, I dropped another little nugget of incriminating information unwittingly. This one was smaller, and by itself wouldn't have been enough to do me in, but it didn't help and serves to underline just how easy it is to incriminate yourself and how it's always the things that seem insignificant that do it. You see, my jobs were working for political campaigns. The one I was working for at the time was having a big fundraiser that day. That's why I was all dressed up. Why are you all dressed up? One of them asked. Going to a political event, I said. You're not going to that thing tonight, are you? Obama was coming to town that night for a big fundraiser. No, wrong party, I said. Oh, you're a Republican? He asked, and there was this look on his face. It was as if he was thinking to himself, interesting. I nodded. Well, I work for one. What I realized later was in a chat conversation with the account that the email in question above was linked to. I had discussed politics. But that wasn't the big thing. Here's how I incriminated myself with the emails I gave out. It turned out the personal email I gave him was the one that did me in. You see, the email they knew about and was connected to an account that held the key to everything had no other connection to me. I had signed up for it using fake information. Fake name, fake address, fake everything. But I had made one crucial and idiotic mistake. I had put in a real recovery email in case I lost the password. It was my personal email. The one I had just given them. Not even they realized the significance at the time, but when they subpoenaed Yahoo to get the account information about the email that was connected to the account, what they got back was a bunch of fake information, and my real personal email as the recovery email. The very same email I had given to them that day. As soon as they had that, they had enough and scheduled a grand jury hearing to get an indictment. They used that to put pressure on me, threatening to subpoena other campaign employees and the candidate I worked for, who had nothing to do with what I did or any knowledge about any of it, if I didn't cooperate. They wanted information. They wanted a confession. Next thing I know, I had a lawyer and signing a plea for a criminal information just to avoid a grand jury. That's right, I never even got formally indicted. So, the moral of the story is this: do yourself a favor and don't talk to the police. 21 views. About the author. Garland Ragland. Entrepreneur, founder, CEO, criminal justice reform advocate. Founder, CEO 2017 present. Lives in the United States of America. 2.4 meters content views 256K this month. View one other answer to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Investigation began. 1000% sure, she was captured saying that. Alex Moreno of the Boynton Beach Police Department noted how, "We were shocked. How easily she talked about getting her husband killed. To make sure she was serious and meant to follow through on it, the Boynton Beach FL police even staged a fake crime scene where her husband had supposedly been shot and killed. She showed up on scene and upon being told, cried and screamed in horror. The observers on site noted that she didn't shed actual tears so much as just made a lot of wailing noises. The police then arrested her and told her her husband was actually still alive and that the scene had been a sting operation. Once in jail, she tried to win Michael over again. To his credit, he would have none of it. When that didn't work, she would go on to deny, try to slander her husband's reputation, claim they had planned it all for a reality show, and multiple other lies to try to convince people that the video evidence they saw with their own eyes and on film was somehow not true. After an appeal and a mistrial, if you can believe that, she was eventually sentenced to 16 years for attempted murder. Upon sentencing, the judge told her she was the personification of evil. If the guy she originally tried to hire for the hit hadn't gone to the police, Michael DiPolito would be dead and Dahlia might potentially be living in his home, spending his money, and looking for her next victim. There are other women like Dahlia looking for their next victim. Maybe you. Sociopaths come in all shapes and sizes. Some even look like really attractive women. Take your time and get to know whomever you go out with, no matter how strong the physical attraction might be. Just ask Michael DiPolito. 244.4K views. View 12K upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Errol Green. Founder of Green Nutraceuticals, LLC. Owner and founder 2019 present. Studied at Southern Illinois University Carbondale. Lives in Atlanta, GA. 6.2 meters content views 466.9K this month. In other languages. In French. Quelles sont les choses les plus convaincantes qui me feraient entre réfléchir à deux fois avant de tomber amoureux, c'est d'une femme trop séduisante que je viens de rencontrer. In Italian. Quali sono le cose più convincenti che mai farebbero pensare due volte prima di innamorarmi di una donna troppo attraente che ho appena incontrato. In Portuguese. Que argumentos convincentes me fariam pensar duas vezes antes de me apaixonar por uma mulher extremamente atraente que acabei de conhecer. View 17 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agree to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Login. Sign up with email. Article 8 of 85. Answer. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the process for approving a stop sign at an intersection? Jill Palmer, traffic engineer, Dog Mom, 2000 present. Answered December 14, 2019. Author has 934 answers and 286.1k answer views. An engineer will review the intersection conditions and collect volume and speed data if needed. The Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices offers requirements and guidelines for the installation of a stop sign. The engineer will consider all information and apply engineering judgment to determine the appropriate transparency that showed the topographical layout of the area from a survey he'd been involved in several years earlier. There was a hill directly between the police. At that exact spot, Your Honor, he'd have to have been about 30 feet tall. A few hundred yards before that spot, he'd only have to have been 20 feet tall. The judge, apparently not amused at being lied to by a police officer, had the officer taken into custody and held. 38.5k content view. Other answers. Article 11 of 85. As a student, what is the saddest thing you have found out about your teacher? Teacher named Mr. Andrews asterisk. He taught geography and state history. Famous throughout the school for how hard his was. Mr. Andrews didn't mess around. He expected his students to do the work he assigned, no shortcuts. And he assigned a lot of work. I still think I should have gotten an AP credit for his course given the amount of work we had to do. Even though his class was tough, Mr. Andrews gave really long, yet animated lectures, making the weirdest things interesting without losing our attention. He knew his stuff, which is something rare for public middle school teachers. History was genuinely his passion and he wanted to share that with us. And, every Friday, he'd bring out his guitar and sing traditional folk songs for us. The whole class would sing along, and it was a relief from the stress of all our other classes once a week. Still, his policy of assigning copious amounts of homework made him somewhat unpopular. Most students had mixed feelings about his class, myself included. One day, totally out of the blue, we took a break from our usual lesson plan. This was nearing the end of the year. Our middle school's guidance counselor was in the room, looking somber. As the bell to signal the start of class rang, she began to tell us how kind it is of Mr. Andrews to do this every year, and that we should be very respectful. She stepped aside and let Mr. Andrews begin to talk. A picture of 3 young adults was on the screen in front of class. Mr. Andrews told us those were his 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. He told us stories about his children when they were growing up, and how his son loved breakdancing. We were all confused at this point, but we knew that this was serious, so we listened attentively. He fast-forwarded to the future. His eldest daughter was getting married. Every Wednesday, Mr. Andrews played cards with his friends, and one Wednesday, he got a call from his daughter, very serious, telling him to come home. He thought there might have been a slight hitch in the wedding planning, so he wasn't too concerned. But when he arrived home, he saw a bunch of police cars outside. Mr. Andrews went into his home and told us the last thing he could consciously remember was an officer telling him, "Mr. Andrews, we found your son dead inside his home from what appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound." The saddest thing I ever found out about my teacher was that his son committed suicide. Mr. Andrews said he didn't notice any warning signs. A week before he died, he told his father he wanted to go to college to become a history teacher. Following his death, it came out that he had a fiancée that no one knew about, but it was a complete shock to her too. The entire time Mr. Andrews told his son's story, I was paralyzed. I couldn't move or make a sound. We hear stories of suicide all the time, but it's different coming from someone you know, especially an authority figure. And I could hear the emotion in my teacher's voice. I could tell which parts were the hardest for him to get to, when his voice broke and he took long pauses before continuing. I could hear which parts would be ingrained in his mind forever. Listening to my teacher's pain of losing his only son to something he never saw coming, completely changed my opinion of him. The story was so painful for him to relay, but he still told his students every year because he wanted us to know the effects that suicide has on a family and a community. He wanted us to know that we can, and must, ask for help. I will always remember his story. From that day forward, I had nothing but complete respect for Mr. Andrews. Asterisk I changed the name for privacy reasons. 39.5k views. You 2.2k upvoters. You sharers. About the author. Kayakanu. Studied at the high school experience. Privacy terms contact. Open in app. Article 12 of 85.
Hawthorne is coming up after this one. Route 361 to Gaps. Hawthorne, 24 miles away. 95 alternate, 57 miles.
Article 13 of 85.